Hello.
And welcome to Let's Talk About Book, where we talk about book. Currently, we're reading Brandon Sanderson's Hero of Ages, and we have, in fact, just finished it.
Yes, this is the last one.
And I'm Smeevca.
And I'm Strawberry.
And we're doing it a little differently this time.
Yes. Yeah, we're not going to do all the epigraphs up front, because the epigraphs are about a page long each, and they're a lot more, like, plot interconnected and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So we're going to do them, like, with the chapters. I'm still going to read them out, but we're just going to do it.
Yeah, just like the start of each chapter, we're going to start with the epigraph and then go on.
If you hear that, Holly has now decided to do her little puppy dance.
Yeah, where she kicks her feet around.
But
she of course decides to do it
as soon as we start recording.
As soon as we saw, she was just laying behind us, just not doing anything, and now she's like, "It's playtime.
Yeah,
it's time to play." I think it does show up on the
in the audio.
On the audio. Anyway.
Yeah.
If she really becomes an
issue, then we'll pause.
Yeah, we'll pause and we'll let her out and stuff. But yeah, we're not doing the epigraphs all at once, and we're not doing what we've been reading at the front anymore. So I guess we're just going straight into it.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Alright, chapter 64.
Yeah. One might notice that Ruin did not send his inquisitors to Fadrix until after Yeoman had, apparently, confirmed that the ATM was there in the city. Why not send them as soon as the final cache was located? Where were his minions in all this? One must realize that Ruin considered all people his minions, particularly those whom he could manipulate directly. He didn't send an inquisitor because they were busy doing other tasks. Instead, he sent someone who, in his mind, was the exact same thing as an inquisitor. He tried to spike Yeoman and failed, and by that time, Ellen's army had arrived, so he used a different pawn to investigate the cache for him and discover if the ATM was really there or not. He didn't commit too many resources to the city at first, fearing a deception from the Lord Ruler. I still wonder, as Ruin did, if the caches were in part intended for just that purpose, to distract him and keep him occupied.
Yep. Yeah, sent another pawn instead, which at this point I have to assume is Vin.
Yeah.
Considering the whole, the earring.
Yep.
I've been all about the earring.
Yep.
And it all comes together in this last little section. The earring theory, all of my little theories and stuff.
Yeah.
It all comes around. But
you were spot on a lot of it.
I was like, I got it, and then I'm like, how does this make sense? And I'm like, okay, it does make sense.
Yeah.
But we'll get into that more once we like sort of get to that. Because this chapter starts with someone talking to Spook.
Yep. And that's why you absolutely must get that message sent to Spook. The pieces of this thing are all spinning about, cast to the wind. You have a clue that nobody else does. Send it flying for me.
Yeah. What, like, what's up with that?
Good lad. You did well, Spook. I'm proud.
Yeah, because it makes it seem almost like it's like Kelsier, because he's been hearing Kelsier, but that was Ruin. But then also there was like, I named you Spook. You were my friend. Isn't that enough? Which is like a Kelsier thing. It's like, is that just in his head?
Yeah.
But then there's like this, where he's like in this fucking like coma.
Yeah.
And he's getting this like, you gotta send this message. And I'm like, is that Preservation? Can Preservation reach out to him? Because I do have a thought. Because it's like, okay,
at this point, I think Preservation's
dead.
Like, mind is dead.
Right. See, that's the thing. It's like, that's why it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Because it's like, that's why it's so confusing. It doesn't make sense. Unless it's supposed to be like, because it's like, unless it's supposed to be like, at like kind of the same time Preservation's dying with Ellen on the other side of the world or whatever.
Yeah.
Not the other side of the world, exactly the other side, like the Empire. But I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm like, who's talking to Spook? What? Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess he could just be dreaming, but we don't really have that too much.
Yeah.
Like, dreaming and sort of prophetic dreaming, comes up in, like, other fantasy things, but it hasn't really been, like, a huge thing in, like, this. It hasn't really come up.
It's normally, like, related to something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Are you eating fluff over there? She's just eating red fluff.
Well, that's not...
It's like, no wonder you go like... you're eating fluff. Don't do that. What do you want, little one?
We have a crazy pup today.
We do. But anyway, I'm just like, what's going on with Spook? Because, like, I have a thought, and, like, it doesn't make any sense, but it feels like it would somehow be, like, Preservation, but Preservation's mind is gone at this point. But also I'm like, hemalurgy spiked people could be controlled by, like, Ruin, or influenced by Ruin. Like, is there any sort of similar thing with, like, Mistborn and Preservation? Or, like, Allomancy users and Preservation? Like, he was a savant, and does that have him have, like, a stronger connection
or something
to, like, Preservation or whatever? Because he was, like, the only one who was, like, expressly stated to have it. Although, I would imagine that Vin was, like, a pewter servant at this point.
Yeah.
Because she's just using it all the time.
So.
But... And there was a whole thing in the previous book about, like, she's, like, unusually strong with pewter.
Yeah.
And so it's, like, kind of, like, implied, but never really, like, stated explicitly ever. So I don't know. But she's also, like, spiked with the earring.
Right.
So she's got, like, ruined stuff going on.
Right.
Or at least that's how it sort of, like, feels based on what I know. But yeah, what else? So it's, like, you gotta get this message out.
Yep. So he, like wakes up, like he's really out of it and is trying to, like, figure out, like, what he feels like he needs to send this message. So they write out on thin metal and send, like, a messenger.
Yeah, because it's like... they're like, yeah, that's nice, Spook. We'll get a message out at some point.
Yeah.
You need to, like, rest. And he's like, no, this needs to happen, like right now.
Yep.
And what's his fuck goes and does it.
Yeah, Goradel.
Goradel, who's the guy that Vin converted
Yep.
back in book 1.
Yeah.
That, like, random guard. Ma'am, stop licking the kotatsu. She's licking the kotatsu blanket. I don't know why.
She's being a menace today.
She is being a menace. She's like, oh, you want to record? Now's the time to be a menace and bother you. Do you have anything you want to say, Holly? You want to say something to the camera? Not the camera. Microphone? No.
Yeah.
She's like, now's the perfect time to...
For pets.
For pets. But yeah, so it's like, Goradel gets sent out with the message, and, like, all, it's one of those things where, like, every little bit,
yep.
If she hadn't have done that back in, like, the first book, we wouldn't have Goradel here,
right,
and Goradel's like, she like, empathize.
She saved my life.
And she, like, took time to, like, empathize with me in my position.
Yep. She could have killed me herself, but she took the time to tell me she understood what I've been through and convinced me to switch sides. If she needs this information, survivor, then I will get it to her, or die trying.
Yeah. Yep. Which, back in book 1, Kelsier was, like, killing guards and stuff, and he's like, fuck them, they're traitors, essentially. But Vin didn't take that approach, and in the end we have Goradel, and Goradel gets to send the message.
Yep.
Which is super important. With the message, probably being, because he knows about, like, sort of, like, how hemalurgy kind of, like, works. Or like, the being controlled.
Yep. Yeah, and the message doesn't even get, like...
Yeah. We're going to be a little bit more, because we've finished the book now, normally try and sort of keep it contained to the chapter, we're going to have a little bit more of, like, full knowledge coming in. So just, be aware of that. But yeah, I'll try and still, I guess, like, a little bit, sort of not get too much into stuff until it, like, becomes relevant. Try and sort of remember, like, here's what I was thinking, but then also, with the really important stuff. Ma'am! she got, like...
She's grabbing my bag. It's, like, hanging. And she grabbed the handle of it.
Well, I don't think that she had it in her mouth. I think it was just, like, wrapped around...
on her?
Around her neck, and she was, like, backing up, and it was, like, pulling it.
Oh. Did you get stuck?
She's like, no podcast. This is Holly time. All right. Holly's outside now.
Yeah.
And this is basically the end of the chapter, right? Like, really short chapter.
Yeah. There's a lot of, like, pretty short chapters in this section, because it's the end, and so it switched perspective and all that a lot.
I'm going to have a lot of timestamps to put in the description, but that's okay, because we have a system to make it easier.
Yeah, and I have a lot of epigraphs to read.
Yes. Is there anything else in this chapter, really?
I don't think, unless there was something that you were, like, thinking about.
Oh, yeah, because he's all, like, burned.
Yeah.
And they're, like... And so he's completely, like, bandaged up, and he can't really, like, move.
Yeah.
Besides just being able to, like, write out the message. It's, like, the most that he can do, because he's completely bandaged up. Because it's, like, it's a miracle he even survived.
Yeah. And he didn't expect that. Like, he's surprised that he's alive.
Oh yeah, he's surprised to be alive. And I think there's something in here. Yeah, it's like, why have I been asleep? Was I on watch? Should I go on watch? The shop.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just sort of his instincts there. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, I saw it. The thing that Vin released at the Well of Ascension. The thing that's bringing the ash down to destroy us. It wanted this city, but we fought it off. Now I need to warn Vin. That was what he'd been sent to do in Orto. Find information, then report it back to Vin and Elend. He was only just beginning to understand how important a duty that could be. And I really liked that. Because
that's kind of been his arc in this book, is like feeling useless in his role as like a scout and and like learning that that is actually
it's actually very useful. It's like actually information and knowing like is really useful, and like this is my job. I need to get this information back to them. This is why it was sent out here. All this stuff about playing hero.
Yeah, that's not actually the point.
It's not actually the point. And you got the whole place fucking burned down. Yep. And like there's still it's like, would he have learned the stuff that he did about the citizen and whatnot? If he hadn't have done the things that he was doing, I'd have to like look back at like each little action. But it's like, no, getting the information's what's important, and that's what's gonna, because in the end he was like, what am I doing? And he has to sort of like get pulled out of it. But if he hadn't been pulled into it a little bit, he wouldn't have the information that he needs to give to them. Yeah. But it's like, he is able to pull out, and so that's
and realize like kind of
what's actually important,
right?
Instead of seeking to be a hero and trying to be
like seeking to be like Kelsier,
right?
Specifically,
trying to be Kelsier, trying to be Vin, it's like he needs to be himself. That's what's important. Ruin offers him more power, like spike him with the, spike her with the thing and get the power, and it's like that's not, it's like it's not about getting more power, being more useful by being more powerful, more special. That's not, everyone's got a role to play, and each role is important. Including just scouting and getting information, and that's chapter 64. Chapter 65.
In those moments when the Lord Ruler held the power at the well, but was feeling it drain away from him, he understood a great many things. He saw what Farakemi could do, and rightly feared it. Many of the Terrace people, he knew, would reject him as the hero, for he didn't fulfill their prophecies well. They'd see him as the usurper he was, the one who killed the hero they sent. I think over the years, Ruin would subtly twist him to do terrible things to his own people. But at the beginning, I suspect his antagonism towards them was motivated more by logic than by emotion. He was about to unveil a grand power in the Mistborn. I suppose he could have kept Allomancy secret and used Farakemists as his primary warriors and assistants. However, I think he was wise to choose as he did. Farakemists, by the nature of their powers, have a tendency towards scholarship. With their incredible memories, they would have been very difficult to control over the centuries. Indeed, they were difficult to control even when he suppressed them. Allomancy not only provided a spectacular new ability without that drawback, but it offered a mystical power he could use to bribe kings to his side.
Yeah. So, this is going to be a thing, sort of, as the epigraphs go on, and as things go on, where I do get frustrated.
Yeah, I disagree with Sazed in his...
Like, some of this stuff, it's very frustrating because it's like even if you just added a little bit more, it's just like a little bit of like, it was like, yeah, it is smart, wise in a certain sense, for the goal that he was trying to achieve. Right. But the goal that he was trying to achieve was a bad one.
Yeah.
Like, he was going about this a really bad way.
Yeah.
He was like trying to achieve something that wasn't good.
Right.
Like, he was trying to achieve something that was good, but also something that was really bad at the same time.
Yeah.
And Sazed is just, I feel like, too nice about the Lord Ruler. Like, it, especially at the end, you know, I'll get to it, but it's just like, you know, like, he rightly feared them, and it's like, no, like yes, but also no. Like, he's right to fear them in the sense of
what he was doing, then, like,
yeah, of course, you know, this would happen, but it's just like, so, I don't know. It's like, yeah, if you are going to oppress these people, then this is the way to do it.
Right.
You know, it's like, oh, it's not emotional, it's logical. And it's like, it is a certain type of logical, but it's a logic used to reinforce his shitty emotions.
Right.
Like,
like, from the beginning, like, he is, like, a power-hungry, like, person.
Yeah.
That's, like, kind of a core...
like, aspect
of him. And, like, it kind of leads into his god complex. Like, he becomes, you know, but, like, that, like, he needs to be the one to save everything and keep everything, you know, together.
Yeah, it's, I like, it does make me a little worried about the future.
Yeah.
Just because it's, like, I don't know, it's just so, it's like, and the Lord Ruler was right all along.
Yeah.
Sure, he was an evil, tyrannical despot, but, like, better than Ruin, and it's like, yeah, technically, but, like, it was still awful and bad, and there was a way, like, I don't know, it's still just, like, could have been so much better. Like, he did so much wrong. Yeah. Like, and yet you don't, I don't know. It
just kind of, like, excuse it in a way.
Yeah, so much of it is just, like, excusing his actions in a way that really irks me. Yeah, but yeah.
But... we will move on to the chapter.
Yes.
We're with Elend.
Yeah. What's Ellen doing? Because you didn't go through and, like, highlight this time around.
I listened to the audiobook, but I didn't go through and highlight, which I probably should have.
Yeah, perhaps. But we're doing it. Yeah, because he's like, Elend is there with Ham. And it's like, should I attack, right?
Yeah. And kind of like, what would Vin do? And I really like this because, like, in the bit before, Vin's like, well, Elend is better than me, and so he wouldn't attack. And so then this whole bit is him being like, well, I need to be, like, this kind of, like, new, like, leader, this new, like, person that I've become. And it's like, oh, but Vin wouldn't do that, like, now. Maybe she would have in the past. She wouldn't do it now. She'd be disappointed in me. I won't attack.
Right. And, like, yes, Ham's like, you know, I don't know. But then eventually he's like, no, you shouldn't do it. It's like, Ham, you actually came to a decision about something? And we don't get any explanation from Ham as to why. He's just like, nope, shouldn't do it.
Yeah.
It's like, well, fair enough. Yeah. Because it's like, you know, I mean, there's talk about, like, the death. Like, you know, how many children could be, like, killed by, like, the Koloss rampaging. Like,
and, like, can you control them when they're in there? Like...
Right. It's like, can you control them when they're in there? How many, like, innocent people are they going to kill? How many innocent people do you save by doing this, supposedly, you know? Yeah. And eventually they're just like, no, we shouldn't do it.
Yeah, and then Ellen kind of comes to the conclusion that, like, I won't conquer these people even if it's for their own good. We'll find another way to get Vin free and stuff. It's kind of the conclusion of that, like...
Yeah. And then there's, like, a funny an odd little thing where right at the end it's like, Set's going to be furious. Yeah. Ellen shrugged. Audacity, like, crashed or whatever during me reading that quote.
Yep.
And it was, like, doing that thing where even though we're recording, it just wasn't moving at all. And then it just wasn't responding and stuff. And so, yeah. But Ellen's like, what's Sek gonna do to us? He's a paraplegic. Bite us? And it's just like, yeah, Ellen.
Yeah.
That's one way to put it. It's like, yeah, no, I mean, he certainly can't force you to do anything.
Yeah.
But, and also, do we care about Set's opinion? Only so much. Yeah, I mean, I do feel like if there's one thing that maybe is kind of a general sort of, perhaps a general sort of flaw of Mistborn.
Yeah.
Is a kind of reluctance to be like, no, this is a bad guy.
Yeah. Yeah.
No one's ever really bad or wrong, except, like, Ellen's dad.
Yeah.
Like, Ellen's dad, we can unequivocally be like, this guy was bad and the worst. Set, yeah, he did some really bad stuff, but like...
But he's just our little...
But he's just our little grumpy guy, you know. He likes his daughter.
Yeah.
So, you know, at least he likes his daughter, so he's not, like, 100% a bad guy, which is to say he's not a bad guy, really, deep down. And then it's like, oh, you know, the Lord Ruler was a racist, supremacist, tyrannical despot who murdered just so many, uncountably many people. But I mean, he kept us from literally going extinct.
Yeah.
So he's forgiven of literally anything and everything. And it's just like, I don't like it.
Yeah.
And that's not entirely true. That's not entirely how it is. But it's just like, I don't know, spoilers, I guess, for the end of this book that we're going over in this video, but, like, I'm just being like, you know, I think that the Lord Ruler, he was a good guy.
Yeah.
He wasn't.
Right.
Like, listen, if you've cleared the bar of, I don't want literally all of humanity to die,
right.
That's not enough to qualify you to be good person, actually.
Right.
Like, sorry.
Right.
Sorry, Sazed. He wasn't actually a good guy. You can't rule over a world if you and everyone else are dead.
Right.
You know?
You can say that some of his intentions were good sometimes, but, like, that's about it.
Yeah. It's like he was not, I don't know. Yeah, it's like he just wasn't a good guy.
Yeah.
Like, he did leave behind the caches and stuff.
Yeah.
For, like, after his death. He still wanted the world to continue even after he died, and he could have just been like, fuck it, who cares?
Right.
And let everyone die. So it's like, he's not entirely just, like, a selfish whatever. But, I mean, it's still, like, you know, he thinks that he gets to decide unilaterally what is right and what isn't.
Right.
And then he goes about acting upon that, and what he thinks is right is just awful.
Right.
You lived under it. It was terrible. It was horrible. He had the ability to make whatever world he wanted to, pretty much.
Yeah.
Not exactly, but he had, like, so much power over things, and, like, yes, Ruin is, like, fighting against him, and, like, trying to do all this sort of stuff, but he still created this awful world where he put himself at the top because he thinks that he deserves it, because he thinks he's better than everyone else.
Right.
And, like, that's bad.
Yeah.
That is a bad thing to do. He could have made a much more equitable system if he wanted to, but he didn't want to because he was a bad dude.
Yeah.
like, he was not 100% evil, but he was, like, 90% evil, and that's still, that still lands you on, yeah, you're evil, in my book, and so that's, like, the thing that kind of, like, bugs me, at, like, the very end, and that'll come up again once we get to, like, the end, but, like, you know, again, it's like, Set, we like Set, he's not that bad, actually, he's much kinder than he lets on. But also, he does want us to kill a bunch of innocent people. Yeah. But, you know, we don't let him because he's, you know, disabled. You know.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just a little odd. That line did hit me a little.
Yeah, it did when I was, like, I was listening to it at work at Everett. I'm like, that's an interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, there's just, like, some little things like that.
I feel like there's some stuff in this that I don't think I would see in current Sanderson.
Right, yeah. When did these come out?
08?
Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, that's going on 20 years ago now.
Yeah, it says first edition in October 2008, so that should be right.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Yeah. So it's definitely...
You know.
But I mean...
yeah.
I agree.
Right.
I had similar, you know, I'm like, no, you're just wrong.
Yeah. Like, so, like the, you know.
Like, I know what you're kind of trying to go for, but nah.
But no, it's like, because because, like, I understand that, I get you, but it's just like, yeah, everyone thinks that they're right.
Yeah.
You know, no one's going out, setting out with, like, I'm going to go be evil for the purpose of being evil.
Yeah.
You know,
Even Ruin doesn't see himself as evil.
Right, exactly. You know,
Ruin is just ruin, the end, decay, you know, what it's supposed to be. Like,
right, exactly.
when everything breaks down, you know.
You know, it's like, you know, people like, the worst people you can think of, Hitler and whatnot, you know, it's like they think that they're doing the right thing.
Right.
But also they think that doing whatever they want is kind of the right thing, you know. You know, they're not, like, being evil for evil's sake, so it's worth understanding these people's, like, motivations and where they're coming from. Why was the Lord Ruler doing what he was doing? But then once you come to understand, you shouldn't then just be like, well, so then they were actually good.
And so, like, and then I feel like some of the excuse comes from, like, oh, well, like, Ruin was tampering with him. So, like, some of that, like, so, like, a lot of that must have come from Ruin. And I don't think that's the case either.
Yeah.
Like, just, like, seeing the glimpse of like, what we see beforehand. Like, I just don't...
Yeah, it's just, like, everything we see, it's, like, I don't know, it feels like a little bit of a cop-out in some ways to be like, oh, well, actually, it was just that Ruin was making him bad.
Yeah.
It's like, that, like... You know, it's like, oh, it was the bigger bad all along.
Yeah.
You know, and, like, I get that, but it's just, like, the Lord Ruler is a more sort of compelling bad guy in that sense.
Yeah.
Like, Ruin is interesting.
Yeah.
As a big bad guy, because Ruin does have this, like, sort of human aspect to it and whatnot. Like, don't get me wrong, but, like, it makes, because, like, Ruin isn't just, like, the embodiment of evil, it's the embodiment of, like, change and ruin, you know, and, like, and things coming to an end and whatnot. Decay. And that's, you know, and that's interesting because it's more interesting than it just sort of being, this is the pure embodiment of evil.
Right.
You know, fighting entropy, in a sense, is more of, like, an interesting, like, oh, it's not just, like, black and white morality, but then, you know, but Ruin is our big bad guy here, and to be like, oh, the Lord Ruler, who is, like, we spent the whole first book seeing, like, it's awful.
Yeah.
It's like, this is all so awful, and then be like, oh, it was actually, you know, it wasn't like, but it could be worse. And
yeah.
It just feels like, well, then what was all that stuff in the first book about?
Yeah.
You know? Were we just wrong the whole time? No.
Yeah.
We weren't wrong. This is awful, and the Lord Ruler could have let us fucking know.
Right.
But he hoarded all the information to himself and made it way worse. You know? He could have been like, listen.
Yeah.
Like, he could have just been like, you know, he knows that there's a way in which he can communicate information without
Ruin changing it.
Right.
So, but he has no base trust in, like, the rest of humanity. Like, because it's like, oh, well, like, Ruin could, like, whisper to them or whatever. So he has no trust that, you know,
right.
Like, that they could take...
And that was sort of like, and that's his, like, big flaw.
Yeah.
He has no trust in anyone else. He's supremely, like, selfish in this way.
Yeah.
And, like, but it's just, but in the end we still have to be like, oh, he was a good guy. But it's like, no, he had this flaw, but we kind of acknowledge it, but only sort of, like, indirectly for some reason.
Yeah.
It's weird.
Yeah.
You know? It's just like, why says it suddenly like, it was fine, actually. Yeah. You know? Yeah. So that's kind of, like, my little thoughts about that. And you know, again, and we'll get to it, like...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's mentioned a few times kind of throughout the epigraphs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But yeah, where were we? Yeah. So Ellen's like, we're not going to attack.
Yeah.
And then we cut back to, like...
To Vin.
To Vin and Yeoman and them.
Yep. And Vin decides, you know, like, I'm going to trick Ruin and say that I know where the ATM is. Like, and I've known all along and I was tricking you.
Yeah, because they're like, they're pulling back, my lord, you know.
Yep. You really don't understand, do you? You think I didn't realize? Do you think I didn't know you were after the ATM all along? That you were following us from cavern to cavern, pushing on my emotions, forcing me to search it out for you? You were so obvious. And the thing is, we knew all along.
Yep. It's like, we've just been hiding the ATM from you. We
Yep.
found it a long time ago.
Yep. And then he's like, where is it? And she's
like, I'll never tell.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, because she was reaching for, like, vials and stuff in Marsh's...
Right, because, like, he's, like, sends Marsh after her? Like, Marsh is, like, holding her or something?
Yeah. Because Marsh has been in the room with them.
Right, and so she's trying to, like, steal his metal vials while he's, like, up on her, like, trying to, like, choke her or whatever he's doing. It's like, you will tell me where the ATM is.
Yep. And then she's trying to convince Yeoman that he's manipulating him. And Ruin, like, orders them to attack the retreating, like, Ellen's retreating people.
Yeah.
Or whatever, attack the Koloss and stuff. And he's like,
it's like,
really?
Yep, and he's like, it's like, the Lord Ruler will protect them. Go do it.
Yep. Leave behind our fortifications? Charge an army of Koloss? Mm-hmm. Yep.
And he's feeling real bad about it.
Yep.
But then, you know, it works because Ruin can control the Koloss.
Yep.
So he's just like, yeah, and has the Koloss start attacking,
like,
Ellen's people.
Yeah, and he, like, Yeoman actually starts crying and stuff when he, like, sends his people off and stuff. He's like, it's a test. The Inquisitors are the Lord Ruler's most holy priests. I'll do as commanded, and the Lord Ruler will protect my men in the city. Then you'll see. And then, Vin, this is when Ruin takes the Koloss from Ellen and has them attack.
Yeah. Yeah, because she's like, oh no, because she feels her Koloss being, like, ripped away from her.
Yep. I don't think she feels, she just thinks about it, I think. Yeah, she just knows that it's happening to Ellen. Vin felt a sudden chill. Oh no, Ellen.
And then Ellen felt a terrible ripping sensation, and it was them being pulled away. You are...
I cannot speak. I keep trying to say, like, 4 words at the same time, and that doesn't work very well.
Yeah, it's hard.
It doesn't tend to be intelligible.
Yep, and so it's like, we cut back, and it's like, oh, fuck. What the hell is this?
Yeah.
What the hell is that? And the blue creature stopped running away, and then Dallin's horror, he watched them turn around. They began to charge his men, and then we cut back to Marsh.
Yep.
And hemalurgy is his power, Vin. You know, the Lord Ruler used it unwittingly. The fool. Each time he built an Inquisitor or Koloss, he made another servant for his enemy. Ruin waited patiently, knowing that when he finally broke free, he'd have an entire army waiting for him. Yeah. So it's like, it's one of those things where it's like, oh, you know, the Lord Ruler was tricked into making these creatures for Ruin.
Yeah.
And it's also like, it's like, I don't feel bad for him. He was tricked into making bloodthirsty monsters and sycophantic priests for his own selfish gain. And then it gets turned against him. Yeah, that's what you fucking get for being the worst. Yeah. That's like everything, like...
Like, yeah, he could have been pushed into that, but also, like, who the fuck gets pushed into that?
You know, it's just like... Because fucking Spook...
Yeah.
Spook's able to fucking resist.
Yep.
Spook's able to get the metal out of him. Spook's able to do all this shit. And it's just like, because he's a better person than the Lord Ruler was.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, so then she shows that she had stolen the vial or whatever. And she starts kind of, like, fighting Marsh. And she's, like, still trying to convince him to, like, not attack and to order his men to come back and all of that.
But at this point, Yeoman's like, the Lord Ruler did, you know.
Yeah, because the Koloss are attacking, like, Ellen's group. So, like, he pulled it through. And so then Vin is like, I still have 1,000 Koloss. And so she orders those 1,000 Koloss to attack Yeoman's group or whatever. And so, I'm telling you, Yeoman, those Koloss don't care which side the humans are on. They'll kill anyone. The Inquisitors have gone mad now that the Lord Ruler is dead. Didn't you pay any attention to what this one said? He admitted the Lord Ruler was dead, Yeoman. Your faith is commendable, but sometimes you have to know when to give up and move on.
Yep. and he never did.
Yeah. Well, and then Yeoman saw the Koloss attacking, and then he immediately...
Yeah, it's like, let them into to our walls and whatnot. But he still doesn't give up on, like, the Lord Ruler.
Oh, yeah, no.
He doesn't move on from the Lord Ruler, but he does, you know, say that they can come shelter in his place.
Yeah.
Tell them to retreat into the city. And order the men to allow venture soldiers refuge inside as well. Yep, and so she gets the vials.
Yep.
She drinks them.
Yep, and she doesn't have her earring in, so she pulls on the mists and is able to fight with that.
Yep, and she doesn't realize why. She's like, why? Why is it that I can finally pull on the mist this time? Because she doesn't realize it's connected to the earring, because the earring is ruin and the mists are preservation.
Yep.
Because it's like, it's one of those things where, like, the fog in the room, like the dark black smoke or whatever, was ruin, and so then it kind of makes sense that, like, the mist is preservation on some level. But she just is like, every time it's happened so far, I've been under extreme duress.
Yes. That's what she latches on to.
Which, like, makes sense.
Yeah.
And at the time, I was like, maybe?
Yeah.
Like, at the time when I was reading, I was like, maybe that's what it is? Because it's like, there's a sense that maybe the mists are somehow preservation, but then the mists are also doing a bunch of shit that seems bad and destructive. But it all sort of gets cleared up eventually.
Yep.
I did it. I drew upon the mist again. But why now? Why after all the trying did it happen now? Yeah, but there was no time to consider at that moment.
Yep.
Continue to into the city. I'm going out to help.
Yep. And then she gets to see Ellen. She like breaks out and meets up with Ellen as he's fighting Koloss. Like Set's like, well, at least we'll die in battle rather than of starvation. And then they see Vin flying through the sky.
It's like, hooray, Vin!
I got delayed by an Inquisitor and a Dark God.
Yeah.
Now hustle.
Yep. And that's the end of Chapter 65. Chapter 66.
Inquisitors had little chance of resisting Ruin. They had more spikes than any of his other hemalurgic creations, and that put them completely under his domination, yeah. Yes, it would have taken a supreme will for anyone to resist Ruin, even slightly, while bearing the spikes of an Inquisitor.
Yep. Which, more spikes, more controlled. We eventually come to see some with, so many.
Yeah.
So many spikes.
Yep.
But yeah, Sazed he's riding...
On Horse Tensoon.
Yes, on Horse Tensoon. Which Tensoon did some crazy shit where he, like, absorbed a pig.
Yeah, so,
And then a horse?
Tensoon considered this concern and then had ordered a horse and a large hog to be brought to him. Tensoon first ingested the hog to give himself extra mass, then molded his gelatinous flesh around the horse to digest it as well. Within an hour, he had formed his body into a replica of a horse, but one with enhanced muscles and weight, creating the enormous, extra-strong marvel which Sazed now rode.
Yeah, he made fucking super horse.
Yep.
Fucking...
Yep.
extra powerful super horse. And Sazed's like, this is insane.
Yep.
Running on the back, being like... It's crazy that he can just go for this long. Just, they've been running non-stop since then. He had enough wakefulness stored up in his mental mind to keep himself going, but it's like, how can Tensoon just keep going this long?
Yeah.
And it's like, he's got, like, the blessings in him that, like, give him, like, potency and stuff, which allow him to, and also his just ability to make muscles well and, build this super horse.
Yep. Yeah.
Allows him to just sort of, like, have incredible stamina.
Yeah. And then, Tensoon tells Sazed a bit about like how Khandra work and their blessings. He explains like the spikes and like all of that. And, like Sazed's like another thing I've been a fool about. These last few days I could have been interrogating Tensoon about his powers. How much more is there that I didn't know?
Right. Yeah, and they're heading towards the Khandra homeland. And they do eventually get there.
Yep. Yeah.
And it's not where I was expecting at all.
Yep.
I didn't know where it was going to be, but it's at the pits.
Yep.
The pits of Hatsen.
Pits of Hatsen.
It was there the whole time.
Yep.
And it was just like, I just remember being like, yeah, because they always trade an atium.
Yep.
Like, because I had the whole theory about, like, it's, you know, they have the body of Ruin.
Yeah.
That's what's in the trust.
Yeah.
And then also it's like, somehow atium is the body of Ruin.
Yeah.
But I'm like, how does that make any sense? And I didn't even think about at that time when I was saying that like, the Khandra only work for atium.
Yeah.
That had been the thing the whole time. And it was like...
Yep, they're just collecting all the atium.
And they're just collecting all the atium.
And they're right next to the atium mine.
And it's like, yeah, most of the atium just went there.
Yep, directly in.
And a little bit went out into the world.
Yep.
But then...
would get taken back up by the Khandra.
So it could either be burned by Allomancers, or it'd be traded eventually back to the Khandra, who are doing these contracts.
Yep, or in small enough quantities that it wasn't, you know.
That big a deal. And I'm like, that's crazy. And then they also, I don't remember if it's this chapter, that they sort of like explain some of these things, because like he gets to the pits.
Yeah, they explain the pits and how like the atium like grows basically.
Yeah, because it's like I don't know if it's quite explained here, but like whenever the atium is burned, it sort of becomes power again.
Yes.
And then eventually sort of redeposits back into the earth.
Yeah.
Because there'd been a whole thing about atium economics and how whenever it's burned, it's just gone.
Yep.
But it's not just gone. It goes back to the pits, essentially, to reform into atium again. Yeah. So that's interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so it's like burning it makes it not usable because of like, you know, it's slowly over time the burned atium goes back there and like forms new atium, but most of it just gets like farmed and goes to the trust, and then or goes out into a little bit goes out into the economy, but then it comes back to Khandra, who then just put it back into the trust. And then all the stuff that's burned goes back into the mine to then be mined out again to then either go to the trust or into the economy, where it then goes back to the Khandra. It is clever.
Yeah.
It is. See, it's like stuff like that, very clever. And it's like, like that stuff that the Lord Ruler did being praised, I'm like, I get it. It's like, oh, he came with this clever system to like have his cake and eat it too when it came to ATM, which is like, ooh, that's neat. He kept it hidden, but he also got to like use it
and
but also
control people with it.
And keep it together. It's like that's pretty clever. You know, it's fucked up how he's like controlling people, but it's clever how he did that. I just wish it was like, yes, he did a bunch of clever things, but also he was an asshole, and I just wish that you could let both sort of be at the same time, you know?
Yeah.
You don't have to at the end be like he was a good guy. You can be like, he was clever, and he was trying to do some good things by us. Yeah. But, you know, he was a horrible despot. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know if all that's really sort of explained in this chapter or not.
There's, it's kind of going through, like, the spikes, talking about the... Oh, yeah, I wanted to get to, like, him talking about the Hero of Ages or whatever, and talking, there isn't much time left. This is the only period in which we could succeed. We must be poised, ready to strike, ready to aid the Hero of Ages when she comes. She will lead an army of Allomancers to the homeland, and there will save all of us. Khandra, Human, Kolos, and Inquisitor. Yeah. That's, like, the first time we hear of, like, an army of Allomancers, I think. And then, then it goes down into the pits. Yeah,
because, like, Tensoon's, like, you know, there's just kind of, like, in all this ash, like, here's, like, a little divot, and, like, dig down into it, and you'll find the way into the, because, like, there's all sorts of cave systems around here. Yeah. Because it's, like, Kelsey's armies were also in the caves, in one of the cave systems, so it's, like, one of the many cave systems is the Khandra one, and it's, like, being guarded and protected and stuff.
Yeah, the Khandra homeland is, like, it connects to the pits of Hathsin, but doesn't have like atium like geodes like the pits do, and
Right.
it's like the sections are blocked off.
Right, so that like random people can't, like the people working to get the
Yep.
ATM and stuff can't, find it. Because it's like, you could have made more ethical working conditions for the pits of Hathsin.
Right.
It's just like so much of the system is built on cruelty and violence, and like, in the end we know that is not the right way to go about it.
Yeah.
You need to trust people. These are the lessons we need to learn. And it's like, and the Lord Ruler doesn't know these lessons at all, and yet he still gets to be labeled a good guy.
Yeah.
It just baffles me a little bit. But Sazed makes his way into the Khandra homeland.
And he's like immediately confronted by a Khandra who's like,
He's like, "Who are you? Whose bones are you wearing?" and all that.
Yep. And then Sazed's like, wait, Khandra, like under the first contract, they can't kill or like hurt humans. I tried to say hurt and human at the same time, and that's what happened.
Yep. Cute. Kind of sounds like cute.
Yeah. Hurt humans. And so he kind of uses that as a shield to like kind of bully his way in to see
Yep, to see the Khandra and stuff.
You don't have to let me pass, of course. If you don't take me into your homeland, then I'll have to leave and tell everyone on the outside where it is.
Yep.
And then they let Sazed in.
Like, fine, you can come in.
Yep. And we get to see, like, Sazed seeing, like, true bodies and stuff for the first time and all of that.
And it's, like, interesting. They have, like, bones made of, like, stone and stuff.
Yep. Fascinating. They make their own bones. I really do have a new culture to explore. A whole new society. Art, religion, Moors?
Yeah. Yeah, like a social mores.
Oh, that's a word that I don't know.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's one of those things that I'm like, oh, right, my...
I don't come across a ton of, like...
Yeah. Social mores are a set of social norms that define what is considered acceptable or unacceptable behavior in a society.
I don't think I've, like, ever heard, like, that, like...
Yeah.
I mean, obviously I heard it
is,
in this book, but just didn't pay attention.
It's also mores.
I may have heard it pronounced
Mores rather than Moors. Yeah. Yeah.
But I don't think I've ever, like...
Yeah, social mores,
anyway.
social mores.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gender interactions. That was the next...
Yeah. So something that we're very interested in.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's it for chapter 66.
Alrighty. Chapter 67.
Kolos also had little chance of breaking free. 4 spikes and their diminished mental capacity left them open to domination. Only in the throes of a blood frenzy did they have a taste of true autonomy. 4 spikes made them easier for Allomancers to control. In our time, it required a Duralumin push to take control of a Khandra. Kolos, however, could be taken by a determined ordinary push, particularly when they were afraid.
Which is interesting, because, like, he tried. Because, like, Breeze tried, but also he's not, like, the strongest.
Yeah.
He's just, like, skilled at it.
Yep, yeah.
So maybe it's, like, someone like Ellen could have, or Vin, maybe, but I don't know. Because before it was very much, like, implied that, like, that wasn't the case, and now they're like, yeah, no, you can.
Yeah,
And
that
it's
it
like,
needed to be, like, stronger.
Yeah. But yeah, so what's going on in this chapter?
We're back with Ellen.
Mm-hmm.
And Vin. We're actually in Vin's perspective.
Gotcha.
Kind of like looking out over like the Kolos and everything. Like seeing them all kind of like start to line up. Like basically all of his, or not all of his, but like a bunch of.
Yeah, because they like take refuge
Yeah.
in the city, like Yeoman had said. And so they're just, like, watching the Kolos outside, right?
Yeah. And then Vin's, like, he's waiting for that last bit of information. Where's the ATM?
Yep.
Right. And so then she...
comes up with a plan.
Yep. There's a big earthquake, whatever. That's...
Oh, right, yeah. And they're worried because they're, like, the buildings are going to fall, but, like,
right.
down in the, like, caches is, like, safe. And I think they start to sort of, like, realize that, like, that's what they're for.
Yeah, is also for like, the earthquakes and stuff like that.
Yeah, for, like, holding people and keeping them safe from, like, the earthquakes and whatnot.
Yeah.
And that they're not just for, like, storing food, but also for, like...
Shelter.
Shelter.
Yep. And then, yeah, she comes up with a trick. She says, she starts talking to Elend and is like, Elend, I think there's only one way to save the city. And that is, I have to go get it. And then they start, like, talking about the ATM. I gotta go get the ATM. And, like...
And Ellen's like, yeah, sure. Definitely. Yeah. And so Ellen's just like, I trust you, so like, this must be about something.
Yeah. And then I think this is their last, like,
interaction.
Like, their last, goodbye.
Yeah, because, because next time they're not exactly
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because this is when she runs off to Luthadel.
Right, because she's like, I'm going to run off to Luthadel to go get it.
Yeah.
But really she's just like, I'm going to go put myself in a lot of danger so that I can hopefully draw on the mists again.
Yeah.
And so she's like, I need to, like, lure this stuff away and, like, get myself in a lot of danger so I can hopefully draw on the mists again and figure out, like, a solution.
Yep.
And Ellen's like, alright, I guess I'm gonna let you do it.
Yeah. Yeah, and they get one more kiss, and then she leaves.
Yep. And then off she goes.
Yep. And now, she thought to Ruin, let's have a chase, you and I.
Has that come up before, let's have a chase, you and I?
It may have.
I feel like that...
It could have been like a Kelsier thing, or like a...
Mm-hmm. I feel like that's been said before. Let's have a chase, you and I, but I'm not sure. Yeah, and then that was chapter 67.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like super short. Lots of super short chapters. Like, there is some stuff in this one, like at the very beginning, Ellen and Vin like hug and stuff because they get to because they're like reunited and whatnot. But yeah, things start moving pretty quickly where it's like, here's a chapter, like a couple of things happen and then like we're just bouncing around between perspectives a lot. And a chapter isn't necessarily bound to just one perspective. Yeah. But like, when we were jumping perspectives in the previous chapter, it's like we're jumping from like Ellen to Vin. Yeah. And
like in the same place.
In like the same place. But then there's a lot of like jumping from place to place as we're like, because, we, jumping from, like, Fadrix to Orto and all that stuff, so... And over to, like, the pits with Sazed and whatnot, so...
Yeah, I feel like big destination changes are normally in chapter changes.
Right, But,
like, they can still happen in a chapter.
Right, yeah. But yeah, that was the chapter. Now, chapter 68.
When the Lord Ruler offered his plan to his fair chemist friends, the plan to change them into mist wraiths, he was making them speak on behalf of all the land's fair chemists. Though he changed his friends into Khandra to restore their minds and memories, the rest he left as non-sapient mist wraiths. These bred more of their kind, living and dying, becoming a race unto themselves. From these children of the original mist wraiths, he made the next generations of Khandra. However, even gods can make mistakes, I have learned. Rashek, the Lord Ruler, thought to transform all of the living ferochemists into mist wraiths, but he did not think of the genetic heritage left in the other Terrace people whom he left alive. So it was that ferochemists continued being born, if only rarely. This oversight cost him much, but gained the world so much more.
Yeah, because it's like, again, it's like, there's a reference to the fact that he made his friends sort of like speak on behalf of all ferochemists. Yeah. And like... That's mentioned, but there's no sort of, like, moral judgment attached to it. Yeah. It's like... It's sort of, like, weirdly left up to us to, like, critique him. Yeah. It's just, like, anytime a bad thing's mentioned, it's just sort of mentioned plainly. Yeah. And then the things that he did good or well... are praised for being done well. Yeah. And the things that he did that were, like, actually kind of good are praised as being good. But the things that are being negative are just sort of said plainly and then not commented upon. Yeah. And that is odd to me. Yeah. So he made a mistake. The mistake wasn't doing this harsh thing to them. It was, not actually properly getting rid of ferochemy. Yeah. It's like... And it was a mistake on his part. Like, he maybe intended to actually get rid of all ferochemy, but...
And then it says, like, but gained the world so much more. So it's, like, implying that, like, that was a... it's saying that's a good thing that
he... he made that mistake.
Right. But it's still... He still frames...
Yeah.
know?
Yeah, just something about the framing of it just is weird to me. But this does answer a question that I had in the previous episode, which is, do the Kandra actually, like, reproduce?
Yep. I legitimately could not remember if, like, Mist Wraiths, like, reproduced or not.
I got that impression from you, that wasn't you, like, doing a thing that you just couldn't remember specifically enough.
Yep.
You were on the side of, I think so.
Right. Yeah, but I was just kind of going off of, like, what we had... read so far and stuff, and it was just like, that probably is the case.
Yeah,
but...
and it's interesting that, like, the first generation is only his friends, and then all the others became Mist Wraiths, and then the children of those Mist Wraiths, Jesus, what a word.
Yep, I had a bit of a issue with that, too.
It's only the children of those Mist Wraiths that become the second generation.
Yeah.
Not any of the people who had previously been ferochemists who were not the first generation.
Right.
Because that'd be inconvenient for him. Can't give them their sentience back. That'd be inconvenient.
Yeah.
No, it has to only be the people who are his friends and who agreed to have it done to them. Because it'd be
agree.
Agree
like,
under duress.
How much can you agree when, like, basically a god is speaking in your head? Like, change or else.
Yeah.
Like, be changed species, or, you know.
Yeah, or else, you know, I'll just fuck... Yeah, it's like...
Like, that choice is not good either. None of it is.
Oh, yeah, it's so bad. It's just like... He just does such shitty things, and it's just like, he was a good guy. And I just don't... It just irks me.
Yeah.
If he just, like, hadn't said that at the end... It's like, he's just talking about the facts. He's just talking about what happened, and he's like, he made these mistakes, he did these things right, blah, 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 blah. But then at the end, for him to come down on, I think he was a good guy, it's just, like, baffling to me. It's just absurd to me. Like, I don't know. It's like, and this is why religion is bad, actually, says it, because for some reason it made you fucking take the Lord Ruler's side.
Yeah.
I don't know. but yeah. The chapter, because that was just the
epigraph.
The epigraph. So, and then what happens in the chapter?
We're back with Sazed, and he's
being led by, like, the guards and seeing the homeland.
Yep. And, like, kind of thinking, like, they used to be human, or at least their ancestors were, like, kind of talking about how they have, like, kind of human
shapes
and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And then he goes, what would you do if I were to run? Sazed asked. The Kandra started, can I assume from your hesitance that you are still forbidden to harm, or at least kill a human? We follow the first contract. Ah, very interesting. And with whom did you make the first contract? The father? The Lord Ruler?
Yep, Sazed asking his questions and the guard being just, like, uncomfortable. Like,
he is unfortunately and truly dead. So is your contract no longer valid? I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah.
This fucking stranger comes in, it's just questioning your whole religion and whatnot.
Yeah, and he kind of thinks about how, like, maybe Tensoon is a bit of a weird one in his society as well.
Yep.
And so he meets the second, I think.
Probably. Like, the seconds, and talking to them while, like, the firsts are there, because then I think the firsts are like, alright, get out of here.
Yeah.
We are the second generation. Terraceman.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep, and so we are the second generation, and then he goes, well, I apologize for taking your time then. Where can I find your superiors?
Yep. And it's like, don't you talk that way to us.
Yep. And he, like, takes out all of his copper mine, all of his metal mine stuff, and sets them out and stuff.
Yep.
And then he, like, calls himself the announcer.
Oh, yeah, and then they talk about, like, blasphemy.
Yep.
Yeah. I see no reason for you to speak with the first generation, even if you can blaspheme quite accurately. Because he's talking about, like, no, I am the announcer, because this, that, and the other thing.
Yeah,
and it's just like, just because you know the religion and can blaspheme quite accurately. Yeah. Blaspheme?
Yeah.
You are not the announcer.
This is not the end.
Mm-hmm.
Have you seen the ash up above? And we have lived a very long time, Terraceman. We have seen periods where the ash fell more copiously than others.
It's like, oh, and you've seen the Lord Ruler die, too?
Yeah. And, they're talking to Kanparas, I thought.
Yeah, because Kanpar's the worst.
Yeah.
Kanpar's the worst. He sucks.
Yeah. And so then he's like, I have, like, all of these, like, religions and stuff like that, and then, like, the one that I don't have is the terrorist religion.
But I have all this stuff that I researched about it.
Right.
But y'all have, like, the original, and so we can see what it was that Ruin was, like, changing from the original.
Yeah, even if both are changed, we can see, you know.
Like, what is it that he's trying to change to try and sort of keep us from knowing?
Yeah.
And, like, yeah. So sort of get a sense for what his plan is by getting a sense for what he has changed.
Yeah.
Because he often makes, like, just very sort of, like, subtle changes and things. Sort of the least amount of effort to change things. So just change, like, a word or two.
Yeah.
A lot of the time, anyway.
And then the first generation interrupts and is like, you may leave, seconds.
Mm-hmm.
And
they're like, what?
Yep. A descendant, a world bringer, we will hear him.
Yep.
Yeah, because he's a descendant of them,
of the Terracemen as a whole.
Yep.
It's like these, you know, and as a keeper, he is like a world bringer to them, because that's what they were called back in the day.
And then he kind of describes the first generation, and they have their original bones.
Yep, they have their original bones instead of the like making skeletons.
Yep, they looked old. Their chondra flesh visibly hung from their bodies like translucent tree moss drooping from bone branches. Mm-hmm. I really like that description, drooping from bone branches.
Yep, it's very like ew.
Yeah.
They're so
yeah, and they also wore clothing. Mm-hmm. The other chondra don't wear clothing.
Yeah, but they're like they were people, so they feel the need to wear clothing and stuff.
And our own bones. We hadn't the skill or knowledge to form true bodies when this all began, so we took our original bones again when the Lord Ruler gave them to us.
Mm-hmm. Wild.
Yep.
Because seemingly they could have just reformed themselves, kind of like as they were.
Right.
With the way that like chondra work, but now they're all just like incredibly old.
Yep.
And whatnot. It's interesting.
But yeah, and then they decide to like work together, Sazed and the first generation, to like go through these texts and try and figure everything out. And
they gave him metal, paper, and pen.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, raising his metal scratching pen.
Yep. Let's begin. We have much work to do. All right, and that's the end of 68.
Yeah.
And now chapter 69. Nice.
I love it. All right. The question remains, where did the original prophecies about the Hero of Ages come from? I now know that Ruin changed them, but did not fabricate them. Who first taught that a hero would come? One who would be an emperor of all mankind, yet would be rejected by his own people. Who first stated he would carry the future of the world on his arms, or that he would repair that which had been sundered? And who decided to use the neutral pronoun so we wouldn't know whether the hero was a man or a woman?
Yeah, like, my guess would be, like, preservation?
Yeah.
But I don't know if that even makes sense, especially considering the perspective that says that's writing this from, that we know. Knowing what I know now, it's, like, it would be kind of odd for him to not know the stuff that, like, preservation knew, because he also seems to kind of know the stuff that, like, Ruin knows by the end of it.
Yeah.
But it's like, maybe it was preservation that did it before giving up its mind?
Right.
But I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I would think that he would still get that information.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's unclear to me. It is curious. I wonder if that's a thing that will be sort of, like, explained later, or if it's, like, or if I'm supposed to, like, understand it kind of now.
Yeah.
But yeah. And so then we cut over to Marsh, kneeling in a pile of ash, hating himself in the world.
Yeah.
He's just like, I was there with Vin, yet I couldn't speak to her, couldn't tell her anything. Yeah, he's feeling real bad because he had his plan to, like, kill himself at the right moment, but then he couldn't do anything because he was being controlled, and he didn't have, like, the power to, like, use his will to pull the spike out. Yeah. He'd been helpless to resist, hadn't been able to do anything that might have let Vin kill him, except for a moment near the end when she'd almost taken control of him, a moment when he'd seen something within his master, his god, his self, that gave him hope. For in that moment, Ruin had feared her. And that was something from a previous chapter that we hadn't talked about, which is that Vin does like a soothing, does like a Duralumin emotional allomancy thing on Marsh to try and control him, because it's like, well, if I can control Kolos and Khandra this way, maybe I can control an Inquisitor this way, but it doesn't quite work. But she does sort of like connect to Ruin in a way and feels his fear.
Yep, through Marsh.
Through Marsh, and that like motivates her, and it also motivates Marsh here. But we didn't go over that in the previous chapter, like when it happened. She had done that. Were you looking at Word of Brandon or something?
Yeah, I was trying to. I was trying to see if this was like a future thing or something that we should get now or something.
Right.
That, like,
trying to see if there was answers out there.
I think we can leave it.
Yeah. So yeah, Marsh is like left here like a forgotten tool.
Yep.
And then Gorodel shows up, right?
Yeah.
Stand.
Yep.
The command came wordlessly, but Marsh reacted instantly. Yep, and then Ruin's back controlling him, and like Gorodel's.
Yeah, he has some control of his mind, only because Ruin's distracted. Right.
And Gorodel's riding with the message, right?
Yes.
And so this chapter really got me.
Yeah. When
I was like listening to it, because I'm like, uh-oh.
Yeah.
He's going after him. Well, there's got to be like something. Yeah. Like, how does Gorodel pull this one out somehow? Like, if not, like I was like, how does he defeat him? I don't see how he could defeat him. Maybe there's some way he protects the message. Maybe there's
and he does try.
He does try. He tries to like destroy the message so that Marsh can't get it. I'm like, maybe this is the moment Marsh finally like does it. He like has enough control to like stop himself or to kill himself so that like the message can go through. But nope. He just he gets it. He reads it and then he destroys it.
Yeah, and Ruin like makes him read it out loud.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Don't trust anyone who's been pierced by metal.
Yes.
Or with metal in them.
Yeah. The thing we fight is real. I've seen it. It tried to destroy me, and it tried to destroy the people of Urto. It got control of me through a method I wasn't expecting. Metal. A little sliver of metal piercing my body. With that, it was able to twist my thoughts. It couldn't take complete control of me, like you control the Koloss, but it did something similar, I think. Perhaps the piece of metal wasn't big enough. I don't know. In any case, it appeared to me taking the form of Kelsier. It did the same thing to the king here on Urto. Mm-hmm. It is clever, it is subtle. Be careful, Vin. Don't trust anyone pierced by metal. Even the smallest bit can taint a man.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And then he just destroys it. He reads it out loud, and he destroys it, and I'm like, but
the message!
But the message! It was important. It was the one thing. It was what? Huh? And yeah. I was like, how? What?
Yeah.
I just was so not expecting it. I was just like, how could this possibly happen this way?
Yeah. Do you think the message got to its intended recipient? Like, was it, like, do you think it was actually supposed to go to Vin, or did it,
Was it, like, supposed to go to him?
Right. Because, like, seeing as, like, everything that happens.
Right, seeing how it all sort of turns out. Maybe?
Yeah.
Maybe? It's hard to say. Because, again, who was talking to Spook? Who?
Right, I feel like that's kind of the question.
Who is, like, me, I don't know.
That's all I want.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm just like, I still don't know. I feel like I'm really bad. I mean, I say I'm bad at theorizing, but I was right about some things. Yeah. I don't know. It's like, well, because knowing what we do know at the very end, seemingly there is an afterlife or something. Mm-hmm. So, like, maybe Kelsier did tell him. Maybe Kelsier wanted him to get the information to Marsh.
Yeah.
Maybe wanted to get it to Vin, but it still just, like, worked out.
Yeah.
Because it got to someone who is on our side to some degree. Yeah, it's a whole weird thing.
Yeah.
I don't have like a good guess or an answer.
Got you. That's a good answer though. Mm-hmm. All of that is exactly what I'm looking for.
Well, good.
Even if it's I don't really know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So yeah. What else?
It's a pretty just like sad and like he's beating up this guy.
Yeah.
And
and killing him and the horse and
Yep.
like he's got the axe and cutting off like the horse's legs and stuff and
Yep.
and like it's yeah. Yeah, and then once he's done doing that, he just collapses again. He just kneels down in the
Yep.
in the ash, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, he left the corpse, horse, man, and message lying in the ash, slowly being buried like forgotten tools.
Yeah.
Just like, yeah. It was quite the chapter. I was like listening to it at work, just like,
Yeah.
what the fuck? Wait, no, this can't. How could what? Yeah, it was something.
Yep.
But yeah, that was chapter 69.
Yep.
Yeah, 69. Nice. It's real bad. It's real sad.
Real not nice.
Real not nice. Chapter 70.
Quillian actually placed his spike himself, as I understand it. The man was never entirely stable. His fervor towards following Kelsier and killing the nobility was enhanced by Ruin, but Quillian already had the impulses. His passionate paranoia bordered on insanity at times, and Ruin was able to prod him into placing that crucial spike. His spike was bronze, and he made it from one of the first Allomancers he captured. That spike made him a seeker, which was one of the ways he was able to find and blackmail so many Allomancers during his time as king of Urto. My point here is that people with unstable personalities were more susceptible to Ruin's influence, even if they didn't have a spike in them. That's likely how Zane got his spike.
Gotcha. Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I remembered him being a seeker, but then I was like, oh, right, it was the spike that gave him the ability to be a seeker.
I am tempted to put Cradle off a week and do Secret History next week.
Yeah.
Like, a lot of people say to wait on Secret History, but then a lot of people say, like, it's really good after Era 1. I did wait and did it kind of in the order people say, and I kind of wished that I did it right after Era 1, because there was some stuff that I'm like, I didn't remember what exactly was happening.
Right.
And stuff.
Yeah, we could do that. We could do Secret History and Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
And then I can start doing Cradle after we've done Secret History.
Yeah.
Would Secret History just be like one episode?
Yes, it'll just be one episode.
Okay.
It's a novella. It'll be about the same amount of pages or less than the amount that we do in a normal episode.
Okay. Would we still do it sort of chapter by chapter, or would
we'll
we
just do the whole?
Or we'll just kind of be like, here's like I read the book and we're just going to talk about the book for an hour.
Yeah, I think we'll just talk about it.
Gotcha.
Well, yeah.
And we can still like probably go through and like highlight and like find things that we want to talk about specifically, but you know, less the like formal structure of like chapter whatever. Yeah.
I think I want to do that.
All right, sounds
but yes,
good.
I've just been thinking about it.
Yeah, no, you're good.
But yeah.
So yeah, and then that's how Zane got his spike, presumably, which is interesting because it's like I would have thought that he just like always had it, but also it's like he probably kind of like forgot about it in that way that like people sort of forget about these spikes.
Yeah, it seems to be like kind of a like byproduct of it, almost. Well, like Ruin kind of just makes you
not think about it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Which makes sense with the earring and everything.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, it's a whole thing. Right, and so that's the epigraph.
Yep, and then we are back with Elend.
Mm-hmm.
And he's kind of talking to Yeoman.
Mm-hmm. Right, yeah. They're walking together.
Yeah.
Right, because they're talking about like strategy and whatnot, and like Ellen talks about like the importance of like leadership, the importance of like the men actually like trusting you and believing in you,
and the impact of emotion. Right,
the impact of emotion rather than just the sort of nuts and bolts of how running an army actually works, which is very important. You know, the logistics, the medicine, you know, that very important. Sun Tzu will certainly tell you that is very important. You need supply lines, but you also need your soldiers to actually like, you know, if your soldiers aren't going to just, like, abandon you.
Yeah, right.
You know, they have to actually, like, believe in you to a certain degree. They have to have, like, a reason to fight for you, essentially, or that's, like, for the best. Yeah. And again, you know, it's like, he read this book, I can tell, because of the way he put it. You know, no one knows more than me about, you know, blah, 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 blah. And then, like, the way he, like, phrases it, he's like, you read this book about army logistics or
Benison's Armies in Motion.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah. They're also like, you're an interesting man, Ellen Venture. I'm a bastard. In composition, not in temperament or by birth.
Yep.
I'm an amalgamation of what I've needed to be. Part scholar, part rebel, part nobleman, part mistborn, and part soldier.
Yep.
Sometimes I don't even know myself. I had a devil of a time just getting all those pieces to work together.
Mm-hmm.
And just when I was starting to get it figured out, the world up and ends on me.
Yeah. I contain multitudes.
Yeah.
Gotta be a little bit of everything.
Yeah. And he's, like, kind of thinking about, like, he's so happy he didn't attack. Like, what would have happened if he did?
Right.
And that, like, he's let Ruin build up an army and all of that. And...
Right, because if he had just attacked, then while he was attacking, it's like they would have just, like, attacked, killed everything, and then the Koloss would have turned on them and then killed them. So it's like, it would have been worse if he attacked, because then it's like, the army's fighting each other, does a whole bunch, and then the Koloss, once it's all done, just turn and attack it, would have killed everyone.
Yep.
Would have just taken control of them and all that. So it's like, good thing I didn't attack.
Yep.
Now we just have to wait here as the Koloss are outside, and we're like, uh-oh. And we do get confirmation that, like, I don't know if it was now or earlier, you know, it's like, yeah, no, he let him have those Koloss. Yeah. It's like, Marsh had been the one who, like, had those Koloss, and Ruin, like, wanted him to, like, get them and whatnot, which was something that, you're like, why do you think all those Koloss were there? It's like, yeah, Ruin wanted them.
Yep.
Ruin wanted him to have them. And that was true as well.
Yep.
I was getting it. I was so...
You definitely were.
I was like, I'm so on it. But then, you know, the ending happens, and I'm like, wasn't expecting...
Oh, yeah.
Wasn't expecting these.
Yep.
Like, it still surprised me with some stuff, but I was happy with, like, the stuff that I had sort of, like, figured out and whatnot.
Yeah. Then it kind of goes to, Ellen's reminded of, like, the Mistfallen. Mm-hmm. And the people who got, like, sick from the mists and everything.
Right, yeah. This is whenever he's, like, you know, because, like, a woman, her, like, child was in pain or whatever from the mist, and it's like, why didn't you have her go out sooner, and all this sort of stuff. And it's like, you know, like, I had known pain like that when they tried to snap me.
Yep.
Wait a second. And a long time ago, when there was first, like, the village of people who were being, like, attacked by the mist and whatnot, like, this has something to do with, like, allomancy. It's like doing it to allomancers or something. And I was right.
Yep.
I was right. It was about allomancy the whole time.
It was. And it's the whole 16. 16 is a powerful number. And then, like, going through, like, where it shows up. 16, the number of original inquisitors, the number of precepts in each canton quarter, the number of allomantic metals. Allomantic metals? There are only 14 of those. Mm-hmm. And it goes on about...
Yeah, and whenever he goes on about it, he's like...
Yeah, 14 we know of, assuming your lady was right about the metal paired to aluminum. However, 14 is not a number of power. Allomantic metals come in sets of 2, with groupings of 4. It seems likely that there are 2 more that we haven't discovered, bringing the number to 16. 2 by 2 by 2 by 2, 4 physical metals, 4 mental metals, 4 enhancement metals, and 4 temporal metals.
Yes, 4 enhancement metals. So he did say that, and I just had to sort of rediscover it myself, because I'd forgotten. Because we were looking at the Ars Arcanum in the back of the book, and it's jacked up.
Yeah, it's kind of messed up.
it's like, at least in this edition that we have, it's
thoroughly
jacked up.
The actual, like, circular, like, symbol chart
seems fine.
Right, but the
like, word, like, there's, like, a chart underneath it that's, like, you know, iron, steel, tin, pewter, and it, like, in, like, columns and rows and stuff. And, like, tin has its correct symbol, but then pewter just has the symbol for tin again. Yep. And, like, aluminum and duralumin are both put down as being pushing metals.
Yeah, when aluminum is a pulling metal.
Like they're both...
And, like, it says below, aluminum, internal enhancement pulling, but in the actual chart, it's bolded, which would mean that it was pushing.
Yep, and also it says external metals have been italicized, so they're both sort of, like, presumably internal metals.
but duralumin should be external, or no, duralumin should be...
No, because they are both internal, but then they're both listed as, like, pushing, so they're both internal pushing metals, but that's not actually correct.
Right.
You know, it's like one of them's a pulling metal. Yeah, it's just like... And then also, there's, like, some stuff in here about, like, you know, the metal, allomancy, ferrochemy, and hemalurgy, and it has stuff like, you know, electrum, it's, ferrochemy thing is, like, unknown, but then for others it's like, oh, duralumin stores connection, aluminum stores identity, and that's not been, like, said at all.
Yeah.
I don't think. Like, I don't think there was any sort of thing about, like, storing identity or connection in those metals mentioned at all in these books.
Yeah, I don't think so.
So it feels like they just got, like...
Yeah, just...
messed up somehow. Yeah. Like, that's some information that I'm either not supposed to have yet, or, like, I don't know.
When was this printed?
Yeah, so it's just, like, it's just weird.
Yeah, it's definitely an odd chart. I ended up looking up some online.
Yeah, because, like, the two metals that we'd be missing are the two external enhancement metals.
Yeah.
And we want to have a section where we kind of talk about the magic at the end.
Right.
But that seems like the metals that we're missing based on what they say right here. That we have two internal enhancement metals, aluminum and duralumin, and that we're missing two external enhancement metals.
Right.
Which is fascinating. And I have ideas or guesses as to what maybe those would do.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's just based off of... sort of, you know, like, if you were to take those and externalize them, what would that do? I imagine it'd be like you could wipe someone else's metals, but that'd be really OP.
Yeah.
And then the other, like, maybe you could just, like, keep them from doing allomancy for a little while, even if you don't completely wipe their thing. But then the other one is, like, if you could, like, let someone else burn your metals.
Right.
Like, you burn something and it enhances their metal. Maybe it connects you and they can burn your metals as well.
Yeah.
Or maybe it's just, you know, I burn my metal and it enhances whatever they're doing, you know?
Right.
You could do that in, like, weird situations like, and now I'm going to flare your tin so that you go, like, blind for a second. That'd be, like, I could see Sanderson doing something like that. Yeah. But we'll just have to see what it ends up being.
Yeah.
But yeah. And then he's like, they're snapping them. The mist is trying to, like, snap them. We need to get the people who've, like, fallen ill from the mist. We need to give them metals to see if they're able to burn them.
Yep.
Yeah, because, like, Ellen gives them
he,
metal.
like, tests it on, like, one of the soldiers that had been sick in the mists and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because then there was the people who were, like, sick for an especially long time.
Yes.
And they all got sent off with Demu.
Yep.
But there are still some people who got sick.
Yeah, that are just in the
camp.
Yep.
And gives them some medals. And it's like, do you feel anything? Tired, my lord? It's like, Ellen closed his eyes, sighing. It was silly. Well, that's odd, the soldier suddenly said. Ellen snapped his eyes open. Yes, the soldier said, looking a bit distracted. I don't know what to make of that. Burn it. Yep. Your body knows how if you let it.
Yep.
And then he does. He burns it and he starts giving off allomantic pulses.
Yeah. The mists were never our enemy, Yeoman. They were only trying to help.
Yep.
They weren't killing us. They weren't making us sick. They were snapping us.
Mm-hmm. I mean, they were still also killing. Like they were also doing those things, but, you know.
Yeah,
but I get what you're saying.
It wasn't the...
That wasn't, like, the goal.
Yeah.
The goal wasn't to make them sick and whatnot. It was to snap them, to give more allomancers. But they didn't know to go test, and no one would have, like, thought to do it. Yeah. It does make me wonder, because there's the whole thing about, like, Kelsier snapping, and, like, why did he snap when he did, and... Isn't there a possibility he would have snapped earlier? Did something give him his power? And so it's like, maybe he got hemalurgied somehow?
Yeah.
But that doesn't... Nothing really points to that, per se.
Right.
But maybe he did get, like, preservation.
Like, snapped.
Yeah. And that, like, did something to him.
Yeah.
And Yeoman's ATM misting.
Right.
I don't know if that's been, like, directly stated yet.
I think that was said before, maybe?
Yeah, because it's like, he's like, I'm a seer.
Yeah.
You know, an ATM misting, and that, you know, it was sort of like a secret or whatever. Because he talks about it some, it's like, you know, no one really thinks to check.
Right.
Because it's so valuable, who's gonna, like, go around giving it to people to see if
they're a...
You know, if they're an ATM misting.
Yeah.
But it can't happen. It's like, yeah, we can't just assume, like, the Lord Ruler was giving us all kinds of, like, false information, so we can't just assume that we know what the deal is.
Right.
It's like, an aluminum and duralumin misting, that means nothing.
Right.
But, you know, stuff like gold and ATM misting, it's like, oh, you're just gonna eat gold, you're just gonna eat ATM to check, to see? Nah, don't do that.
Yeah.
I mean, you could. You'd just pass it through your system, probably, but
Yeah.
then you'd have to, like, retrieve it, and that'd be gross.
Yeah.
I don't know. But yeah, and so that's the chapter, essentially.
Basically, like, as he's coming to this conclusion, the Koloss attack. And he's,
Right.
like, Ruin, like, knows and has ordered them to...
Yeah, because he heard us talking about it and
Yeah.
all that, which makes sense.
Yeah.
Yep, it's like, yeah, that makes sense.
It's like, well, we gotta get as many of these, like...
Give him metal.
Give everyone who was sick medals and figure it out as fast as possible.
Yep, we gotta do this right
Yep.
now. Yep. Chapter 71.
There is something special about the number 16. For one thing, it was Preservation's sign to humankind. Preservation knew, before he imprisoned Ruin, that he wouldn't be able to communicate with humankind once he diminished himself, so he left clues that couldn't be altered by Ruin, clues that related to the fundamental laws of the universe. The number was meant to be proof that something unnatural was happening, and that there was help to be found. It may have taken us long to figure this out, but when we eventually did understand the clue, late though it was, it provided a much-needed boost. As for the other aspects of the number, well, even I am still investigating that. Suffice it to say, it has great ramifications regarding how the world and the universe itself works.
Yeah, I wonder if there's gonna be 16, like, powers, essentially, like these shards, as you say.
Yeah.
That there's, like, they're all in sort of, like, opposing pairs, and that there ends up being, like, 16. There could maybe be more, but that's sort of, like, the powers of 2.
Yeah.
Like, overlapping pairs of opposites, you know?
Yeah.
To sort of form some balanced entity, you know?
Yeah.
That's my kind of guess.
I think that's a good, a good thought.
And then we're back with Sazed.
Yeah.
Sazed in the first generation.
Yep, going through, what's different.
Mm-hmm.
Ruin changed small things, perhaps to keep me from noticing the alterations. It's plain he wanted to make me realize that Vin was the hero of ages.
Mm-hmm.
He wanted her to release him. Perhaps she was never the hero, one of the others said. And he's like, I believe that she is. These prophecies still refer to her, even the unaltered ones that you have told me. They talk of one who is separate from the Terrace people, a king of men, a rebel caught between two worlds. Mm-hmm. Ruin merely emphasized that Vin was the one, since he'd wanted her to come free him.
Mm-hmm. But of course, we learned that's not exactly
Yeah.
true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then they kind of go in on the gender-neutral pronouns, talking about, like,
Mm-hmm.
is it a male or a female, and all that.
Yep, which eventually leads to the other thing that's kind of weird.
Yeah.
Right there at the end. We'll get to that when it happens.
Yep, and I also love, they say, what was bothering him? They say I will hold the future of the entire world on my arms.
Yep.
And he just kind of thinks about that and kind of moves on. And talking about, he's, like, asking about, like, ruin and preservation, what, like, what do you guys, like, believe about that? And, and just, like, talking...
subtly taking medicine.
And they're just kind of talking about, like, ruin and preservation and their, like, their interactions and the bargain and everything, and...
Mm-hmm. Yep. Come to understand that. Yeah, because it very much is, like, how do the Khandra know about that?
Yeah.
And why is that in the Terrace religion? Like, preservation told them, I guess?
My assumption is just that it's, like, since they were so isolated and stuff, and, like, the Khandra have the terrorist religion, but they're the only ones who have it.
Right, but why does the terrorist religion have this information about what the gods did before they, like, made the world?
I wouldn't be surprised if it was in other, like, things as well.
Right.
But, like,
yeah,
didn't... But, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. Well, it's just sort of going back to the same thing from, like, the epigraph before.
Right.
Where it's, like, there's this information that says that doesn't know.
Right.
About, like, preservation stuff that's... Or, I'm like, seemingly that'd be preservation. Because, like, oh, how did they know that there was going to be, like, a Hero of Ages and all this kind of stuff?
Right.
Like, these, like, prophecies from the terrorists. Why did they exist? Who gave them these prophecies? And I'm like, presumably preservation,
yeah.
but, like, maybe not. So, yeah. It was Hoyd. Hoyd did it. I love to just be like, Hoyd, sure. When in doubt, just say it's Hoyd, because I don't know anything about him.
I could see him pull on that shit. But
yeah, so, and then they're like, we have something to tell you to not write down. I know that is a thing at some point. Oh, yeah.
They're kind of talking about, like, religion and faith and stuff for, like, a bit before that.
Right, because Sazed's, like, the terrorist religion is surprisingly like other religions.
Yeah.
And is still kind of, like, grappling with faith and whatnot.
Yeah.
Because he has this thing where he's, like, talking about, like, thinking about, like, atheism versus religion.
Yeah.
And he kind of has this moment where he decides on his, like, faith and stuff. And I don't know if that's, like, right now or if that's a little bit later.
I don't think so. It's more kind of talking about, like, talking about ruin preservation, like, what they're, like his prison, and talking about, like body, like, the bodies of gods, and, like, like, forces or powers, preservation's mind, and power, like, all that type of stuff.
Yeah, sort of going into all that kind of stuff.
Right. And, like, the black smoke outside.
Right.
And everything. And just, like, kind of explaining everything.
Right. And Sazed and the Khandra talk about, like, you know, like, oh, religion requires faith, and you're looking for a religion that doesn't require faith.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, I mean, you know, there is still, like, while I do find where Sazed ends up on religion, like, interesting and compelling, there is still some stuff about it that's a little...
Yeah.
That, like, I'd still have some arguments for Sazed.
That's how I feel about it, and I think it's why I like Sazed so much throughout that is like I had a similar, like, kind of, I don't know, like, faith crisis in, like, a different way, but, like, you know, and I came out on, like, the different side, like than Sazed, and I just really
find
like,
it interesting.
I've seen people go through that same thing and come out, like, with faith as well, so it's, like, fascinating to me. And, like, also knowing like Brandon Sanderson as a, like, like, religious person or whatever, it's also interesting to see him, like, I don't know, come out, like, on, like, a chosen faith and, like...
Right, because, like, you've said that, like, Sazed is kind of based off his experience being, like, a missionary.
Yeah.
Hey, no barking. That's unnecessary.
I think it's more so in another character in a different book that's directly
related to that. Okay, I think I was getting myself.
Yeah, but I still very much, like, kind of feel
some of that in there.
Yeah.
Hey, Holly.
And I just find it interesting that he, like, lands on, like, there are all these things that are untrue objectively about these things, but I'm going to like have
faith anyway.
Right. Yeah. And I just feel like I find that interesting because, like, it's not
how you feel. Yeah.
And how like I ended up. But I could see how it, like, did how someone could, because I went through kind of phases of feeling
kind of that way.
So, like, I can understand it even if that's not where I've, like, ended up.
Right. Yeah, because he's, like, you know, because he presents them as sort of, like, equal options. He's not saying that, like, not believing is wrong.
Right.
Just that sort of, like, it's more comforting to have the faith.
Yeah.
And to, like, have something that you can sort of put your trust into.
Yeah. And I like that even though, like, a lot of the things in these religions or whatever, like, were, like, they are physically real in this world. Like, there's a, you know, like, there are these powerful beings, you know, like, they call them gods or whatever. It's not like a... But it's still... The religion and worship of it is, like...
Yeah, not necessarily the important part.
It's, like, disconnected and also, like, can be false.
Right.
Like, a lot of, like, aspects of it are just, like... completely wrong. They're like the information that some of them have, it's like, you know, I don't know.
Right, because...
And none of them are completely, like, right.
Right. They are being so rude.
They were barking at the front door.
Yeah.
I had to open the door and show them that there was nothing.
Yeah. Yeah, I was going to say, if they're at the front door, maybe the package had arrived, but again, yeah.
I didn't see it. I did open the door, but I didn't really look.
Because it is now past 5, so...
Yeah.
It's supposed to be, like... 5 to 10 or something like that. But anyway, we were just talking about Sazed and the religion stuff. Really? You just went outside so that you could bark some more? Anyway, yeah, basically Sazed sort of comes down and, like, if you just sort of choose to look at random chants in your favor as, like, blessings and providence, and you're just gonna, like, feel better.
Yeah.
So you might as well do that. Is like, which is maybe a disservice to where he ended up, but it kind of is where he ends up.
Yeah, in a way.
In a way, because he's like, you know, people will say, like, oh no, like, but there are miracles. You can see them all around you. You know, some people call them chants, some call them miracles, and, you know, it's just... it's up to you what you choose, and so he chooses to sort of believe. Yeah. And he sort of feels better because of that. But, yeah, again, that might not be this chapter, actually.
No, it's not this chapter where he actually...
has all that happen.
But yeah, they end up talking about, like, Ruin's prison, and, like... The cavern of smoke was much larger than the well of Ascension. Why the disparity? Was Ruin that much more powerful? And they were equally powerful, young one. They were forces, 2 aspects of a single power. Though, there's a story that preservation gave too much of himself to make mankind to create something that had more of preservation in them than they had of ruin.
Right.
Yet it would only be a small amount in each individual. Tiny, easy to miss, except over a long, long time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and also it's like, Ruin also, though, has, like, part of himself, like... removed in the form of, like, the ATM and stuff.
And it was only part of preservation that was in the well. The rest was, like, the mists and other, you know, like...
Right. Yeah.
His influence is everywhere.
You was just stand at the door, wanting to come in. Like, you just went outside and you're already barking immediately to... Like, you weren't out there for even, like, a minute before you started barking to come in. What's your problem?
She had to bark at the front door, and then... Because she wouldn't go outside until I opened the front door, but she wanted to go outside.
Yeah.
So then, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, they're just... They're being very rude today. We're trying to record, but y'all just want to be rude about it. But yes.
But yeah. And then, it's like, so why the difference in size? You aren't seeing. The power in that pool, that wasn't preservation. It was part of preservation. Oh yeah, that's what I already said. It was,
right.
But Ruin, his mind was focused there, and so his power tended to coalesce there. Much more of it than preservation.
Right.
And then, not all of it. It was too spread out across the world, I assume, in a way. We now speak of things in the first contract. If what this man says is true, then Ruin has escaped. That means he'll be coming for his body, his power. And then I think they send...
Yeah, because he goes and he, like, looks at, like, the trust warrant and stuff.
Yeah. Yep, and he sees all the ATM and everything. And kind of talks about, like, the logistics that would have gone into
getting
like
all
hiding like publicly mining and then hiding the stuff.
Yep, the ATM and whatnot. Some of the stuff that we were talking about earlier with all the ATM shenanigans. Yep, keeping it hidden.
And then we go back to then we go to Tensoon. And he realizes he's not going to make it to Fadrix in time, and just like sees like the lava and the ash and the everything, and is like it's too late.
Yep.
But yeah.
Yeah. Lake Tyrion, which is funny.
Yeah.
Yep. Found it hard to get up the motivation. It was too late.
Yeah.
Yep, and that's the end of the chapter. What was that, chapter 71?
Yep.
Alrighty. Chapter 72 was a big, long epigraph.
Page-long epigraph. Yes, there are 16 medals. I find it highly unlikely that the Lord Ruler did not know of them all. Indeed, the fact that he spoke of several on the plaques and the storage caches meant that he knew of at least those. I must assume that he did not tell humankind of them earlier for a reason. Perhaps he held them back to give him a secret edge, much as he held back the single nugget of preservation's body that made men into Mistborn.
Mm-hmm.
Or perhaps he decided that humankind had enough power in the 10 metals they already understood. Some things we shall never know. Part of me still finds what he did regrettable. During the 1,000-year reign of the Lord Ruler, how many people were born, snapped, lived, and died, never knowing that they were mistings, simply because their metals were unknown. Of course, this did give us a slight advantage at the end. Ruin had a lot of trouble giving Duralumin to his Inquisitors, since they'd need an Allomancer who could burn it to kill before they could use it. And since none of the Duralumin mistings in the world knew about their power, they didn't burn it and reveal themselves to Ruin. That left most Inquisitors without the power of Duralumin, save in a few important cases, such as Marsh, where they got it from a Mistborn. This was usually considered a waste, for if a Mistborn was killed with hemalurgy, only one of their 16 powers could be drawn out, and the rest would be lost. Ruin deemed it much better to try and subvert them and gain access to all of their power.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I saw you make that face there for that one little bit.
Yeah.
Where was it?
Sorry. Part of me still finds what he did regrettable.
Yeah, it's just like, yeah, I'd fucking hope so. And also the fact that it's like, oh, you know what's regrettable? Not everyone who is a misting got to know that. That's the part? That's the part that you're like, I find regrettable? There's so much of what he did to find regrettable. And that's the thing?
Right.
It's insane. I find it, like, genuinely kind of insane. Like, listen, like, you know, we've already said we're talking about, like, everything with all the whatever, but, like, if you're still just like, I'm going chapter by chapter, blah, 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 here's your, like, your biggest spoiler warning possible. Like, Sazed becomes God in the end. Yeah. And I'm like, listen, we like Sazed. Sazed's a good guy. So, like, I'm sure he'll be a fine god. But, like, listening to some of this stuff, I'm like, are you? Yeah. Like, because you're kind of fucking insane. You're kind of stupid. like, what the fuck? Yeah. I don't know. It's just, like, going back to some of these things, I'm just like, I don't know. Because, like, I did, like, I don't want it to come across as if I don't like this book. And I don't like how things sort of worked out. Like, plot-wise, and, like, how, like, I'm fine with how everything kind of, like, worked out. It's just this weird reevaluation of the Lord Ruler to be not so bad after all. That really just irks me. It's like, is the point to try and reframe the first book as we were wrong all along? Because that can't be true. Right. Like, it just kind of can't be, because we weren't. We were not wrong all along. We didn't have all the information, but, like, we were not wrong to do this. Right. And so it's like, why are we, like, acting like the Lord Ruler was, I don't know. It just irks me. Yeah. But yeah, that's... that's all. Just moving on to, like, the chapter stuff.
Yeah. We're back with Vin, and she's going to Luthadel. Mm-hmm. And everything, like having Marsh, like the other Inquisitors and stuff, like chasing her, and like seeing it like all like basically empty and like fucked up and stuff, like Luthadel the city and everything. Yeah. And like how vacant it was and all of that, because like no one's really around.
Right. No one's really around. A bunch of people have sort of evacuated to the caves because of what Tensoon did. She doesn't like know that, but that's just sort of we know that. Yeah, and it's wild. It's like, wow, it's so empty. Yeah. We spent so long here, like, in the city, Luthadel, and now it's all just, like, empty and whatnot.
Yeah. And ruined.
Yep.
But yeah, so then Ruin kind of confronts her and is like, here? This is where you lead me? We've searched this place. Mm-hmm. And he's like, my Inquisitors are coming. you shouldn't have revealed yourself. You should have waited until I retrieved the ATM. I'll never do it now.
Mm-hmm.
But I no longer believe you have it. And he's like, I know you misled me, or whatever.
Yeah.
And she's like, but you don't know for sure, so you're still gonna still gonna try and see.
Yep. Yep. And then a bunch of Inquisitors show up.
Yep. And then it's a pretty cool fight scene with a bunch of Inquisitors.
Yep. Normal Inquisitors had 10 or 11 spikes. Marsh appeared to have upward of 20.
Yep. And he's still, like, fighting back some. Like, it's wild.
Yep.
Like, poor Marsh.
Poor Marsh. Marsh really goes through it. And Marsh is still... Marsh, after all this time, is still the MVP.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
Like, absolute MVP.
And here's the thing. He was fully controlled by Ruin. All you can write off all of his actions. Like they're all directly controlled by like by Ruin and stuff. Lord Ruler's not like that.
No, yeah, that's the thing. It's
and like Marsh was fighting back though, like, as much as he could, and he had to be spiked like a bajillion times just to get his will to...
Marsh fully becomes an Inquisitor and is still a better person than the Lord Ruler was.
Yep.
Like, don't get me wrong, like the thing is...
At the start, at his least corrupted.
Yeah.
At the Lord Ruler's, like, fully uncorrupted, Marsh is a way better...
Yeah, Marsh is a better person as an Inquisitor than the Lord Ruler was as just a normal fucking person.
Yep, absolutely.
And so it's wild to me that we're trying to, like, rehabilitate him in some way. Or not, like, rehabilitate him, but, like, people use the term sometimes. Yeah. It's just like, yeah.
Yeah, I can only think that, like, Sazed wants to think, like, the best in people and stuff. Like, we're coming at it from, like, a character perspective.
Right, like a Watsonian perspective rather than a Doyleist perspective.
Right. Because, like, I feel like that is a criticism of this book, is, like, I feel like if it was only in Sazed's perspective that we get this, like, oh, maybe the Lord Ruler was actually good, but we get, like, a few little kind of things throughout, like we're so thankful that the Lord Ruler did this, and like, from a bunch of different people.
Yeah.
So it's a bit harder for me to be like...
This is just like a Sazed thing.
Right.
Right. And it's like, again, because the Lord Ruler is just so unambiguously evil.
Yeah.
So doing some things that make him a bit more sort of gray.
Yeah.
I can understand, it's like, no one's just, like, purely evil.
Right.
Fair enough, but it's still just...
And he wanted humanity to, like, continue on, but he wanted to be in control of humanity.
He wanted to be in control of humanity, and he also selfishly believed that he's the only person who gets to make that choice. Yeah. But, what's interesting, I wish I could remember where this came from. Like, I just saw this on, like, Instagram somewhere. I'd have to, like, find it again. Where someone's like, is there possibly such a thing as an ethical billionaire, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, don't worry, I still came down on the answer being no, but, like, you have to, interrogate your beliefs and, like... And so let's come up with, like, the best possible scenario. Say there's someone who writes, like, an ebook that's genuinely super helpful. Yeah. Like, everyone who reads it, like, improves their life, and it costs, like, $2. And, like... 1 billion people buy it. Right? And it's like, it's an ebook, there's no, like, paper waste, there's no, it's like a fair price for the thing, it only does good for people, and now this person has made $2 billion. Okay, is there anything unethical about that? No. But do they then hold on to that $2 billion? And, like, if they gave up 95% of that wealth, they'd still have, like, millions of dollars, which would be enough to, like, live happily off of. But you still then have the question of, like, what does it mean to, like, it's like, okay, I'm gonna give away the rest of the 95% and try and do good with it, but, like, why do you as one individual have the right to determine
what is good for everyone else?
What is good for everyone else? It's like, it's not just a matter of, like, you haven't earned that money.
Right.
Of, like, the exploitation of how to get that money, but even having that money, just whether or not a singular person should have that much power and influence over others.
Yeah.
Even if they did it in an ethical way, does that give them the right to have that much power and influence over everyone else?
Right.
And so it's like, the Lord Ruler didn't get his power ethically. And then he didn't use it ethically. Like, except for the barest minimum of keeping humanity alive and coming up with a contingency plan should he die to continue to keep humanity alive.
Yeah, but that's almost seemed more ego, to me than anything.
Because it's still him having the ego of deciding I'm the one who gets to decide.
Even past death, I
will be the one who...
I was the hero who, I keep everyone alive.
It's like motherfuckers who are so focused on, like, their legacy.
Right.
It's still a selfishness.
Yeah.
Even, right. It's like, the Lord Ruler was, like, the barest of bare minimum of just not wanting literally all humans to die.
Right.
That's it. That's the only bar he cleared. Genuinely, the only bar he cleared was not wanting literally all humans on Earth to die, even if I die.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, oh yes, the height of magnanimity or whatever from the Lord Ruler, that he should deign that we get to live even if he died.
Yeah.
He wasn't such a selfish bastard as to be like, well, if I'm dead, who gives a shit about humanity? And so because of that, I guess he was a good guy.
Yeah.
No. Fuck off.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's my number one gripe with sort of the series. Like, everything else.
Yep.
Everything else about it, I'm like, I feel is even just, like, more nuanced.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
It's like,
I feel like that's why I want it to be a character thing so much.
Right.
Like, because most of it does, like, happen in Sazed's stuff. But, like, it also doesn't feel...
Like, it's just
like, that doesn't feel, like, fully honest to just be like, oh, it's, like, just... Like, it's just a Sazed character thing. Like, look into it that way. But, like...
Right. Yeah. It's sort of the one thing that kind of, like...
Yeah.
And also, that and the way that the book kind of just, like, ends... is a little abrupt, but also it's like, well, where do you go from there? Yeah. But again, we'll get to that. The
gender thing is also a little...
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yes. Yeah. But we'll get to those things.
It kind of comes from the time.
Yeah.
And person.
Right. Yeah.
But,
We'll
get to it.
We'll get to it. Yeah. Because he just... We'll get to it.
He tried to be clever, and it just didn't. He just didn't quite have enough knowledge in the area to be clever.
And the thing is that, like, he already was clever. It already was clever.
And like every other,
because it's like
the prophecies on your arms and
right.
Whatever.
Well, it just even
the world on your arms.
It was already clever because it's like, oh, it could have been Vin or it could have been. It's just like it was ambiguous because it's like because it was kind of both of them.
Yeah.
Like Vin was in some ways the hero of ages, but then so it's just
We'll get to it more in a little bit.
We'll get to it more in a little bit. But yes, what else?
This book is still very good.
Right, yeah.
And it's still very enjoyable overall.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, because, like,
And it's fun to have these type of conversations and such.
Right, yeah.
But
so what do we got?
We're still fighting some Inquisitors. Vin's fighting.
Oh right, yeah. We get a bunch of action.
Yeah, it's good action and it's a good time, but we're not gonna go into
it because it's just like and then a bunch of action happens.
Yeah, I also do like. I thought that was in her head. Never mind. It's my bad.
No, you're good. Yeah, she fights Inquisitors, is real cool.
Yeah, and then she, like...
she's hopping around, like, Credit Shaw and whatnot.
Yep, yeah, so then she's, like, real desperate and is then, like, trying to pull the mist in. Please, and trying to pull
Yeah, she's like, I've put myself in the desperate situation, so, like, please, the mist, let me do it.
And then Marsh catches her and starts breaking her arms, and
Marsh, like...
And her fingers and stuff, it's bad.
It's bad. It's real bad. Just, like, really... Just, like, a lot of, like, breaking bones and stuff. And, like... It goes on for, like, a little while. For a little longer than I would have liked.
Yeah, and then it goes into Marsh's perspective where he's in ruin mode and having a good time with her being tortured. Mm-hmm. It was, like, listening... Marsh watched her scream, listening to its sweetness. He smiled, then reached down for unbroken, like, and just...
it just keeps going.
Yeah.
But then we eventually get, because it's like, when one of these creatures is lost in, like, the bloodlust, is when they're sort of, like, most free to do what they want to do.
Yep.
It's, like, are sort of, like, least controllable.
And so he gets kind of in a bloodlust, torturing Vin.
Yep. And then he thinks about the message.
Yep. At first he's like, Kelsier treated her like a daughter, the daughter he never had with Mare. I've given up, exactly as I did with the rebellion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because we get a lot of good internal stuff from Marsh, thinking about, like, the rebellion and the giving up, and he's like, I'm not going to give up.
Yeah, it was a great shame. It was the great shame of his life, giving up leadership of the Scow Rebellion only a year before it, with Kelsier at its head, at last overthrew the final empire. Marsh had been its leader, but had lost hope mere months before the victory. Mm-hmm. And then he's like, no, I'm not giving up.
Because it's still, like, and I mean, again, this is from, like, Marsh's perspective, but it's framed as, like, a good thing that they, like, overthrew.
Yes, yeah.
So it's like, you know, it's like, it's good that it's good that he made the final empire, but also good that we overthrew it, and it's like he should have just made something that wasn't the final empire, and that would have been better.
Yeah.
I don't know. You know, it's just like, it's like, oh, well,
it, like, kind of leans into, like, you know, just celebrating, like, kind of cold-hearted intelligence. Like, intelligence is not actual, like...
Right. You know, but yeah, it's like...
It just, like, feels like...
Because it's, like, an oppressive... Because the thing is, it's just, it's like, no. Like, an oppressive, dictatorial government is not the smart solution. It's like, oh, it's smart, but it's heartless.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's not. It's not even smart.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't work.
Yeah.
Like, it like, over and over again, it doesn't work. Yeah. It's not, like, actually the smart solution. Capitalism's not the smart solution. Imperialism.
And it didn't really work during his time.
No.
Like, we saw how awful it was and how much it
constantly
didn't work. And, like,
rebellions.
The corruption, rebellions, all the type of stuff. Like, that it didn't.
Yeah. Oh, but that was, you know... The church isn't actually corrupt. That's just the devil. You know?
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
It kind of feels like that in a way that's, like, uncomfortable.
Yeah.
You know? Oh, it's not that, like, you know, this church and its leader and all this sort of stuff is actually, like, corrupt and a bad system, you know, a priori. You know, it's not that the system itself is a bad system. It's just that, like, you know, he was corrupted by a supernatural evil.
Yeah.
But it's like, no, it's more than that.
Right.
He was bad. He was bad in doing bad things, and the corruption just made him worse.
Yeah.
But he was already bad.
Yeah.
And could make mistakes. And the thing is that, and also, some of the bad things that he was doing were not mistakes, in the sense, like, no, they were what he wanted to do.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. It's like, oh yeah, even gods can make mistakes, talking about, like, you know, the hemalurgy, not the hemalurgy stuff, but the ferrochemy stuff, not wiping it out or whatever. Like, that was a mistake of his. He made a mistake. He was trying to do one thing, but failed at it. And it's a good thing that he failed at it. But it's also like, I don't know, it's like, even gods can make mistakes. He wasn't a god!
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. He was given the power of a god, but this man should not have been given the power of a god.
Yeah.
He was the wrong fucking person for it. And, yeah. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's like they needed someone, because it's like, in the moment, right, it's like, okay, Alendi was too selfless, and he would have given up the power, and that would have been worse.
Yeah.
So they needed someone selfish enough to hold on to the power, but in doing so, they created a really horrible world.
Yeah.
And, like, we need to make it better.
Yeah.
But, like, you know, like, he was chosen because he was bad.
Yeah.
Because he was selfish
yeah.
So it's like, you don't have to, like, justify his actions.
Yeah.
And stuff. You know, you can know his justifications, but you don't have to fucking buy them.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Nerdy and Clears had a bit of an issue with some of the Lord Ruler stuff at the end of this book when I was watching
I could see that
their
for sure.
stuff through Mistborn. Like, overall liked it, but you know.
Right, yeah. Because it's like, overall, it's a very, like, it's fun read. It's like, it's like really good emotional stuff happening. Like these emotional moments, like with Marsh here when he's like thinking about the rebellion and his part in it, and like trying to like overthrow it and then giving up right at the end and all this sort of stuff, but then like now he's gonna do it, and like he remembers the message from Spook, and he's like the medal, and he like gets the earring out of Vin's ear.
MVP again,
you know. It's like and it's so good. It's like it is really one of those things where it's like, and it's so funny because we were just watching his like lecture series, and he talks about like how like a bad ending,
he's just putting out he's doing like one this year. And so he's put out like a few weeks.
Yeah, like 3 or 4 of them or something like that. And the last one's like a Q&A one and talking about like bad endings and stuff. And I think I've seen someone like, it's like a thumbnail where someone was like I think that they're like Game of Thrones and it's like no ending, and then I think it was this series and they were like bad ending or something like that. And like I can see how like it does irk me a little bit, but it's such a just like a small thing overall.
The rest of it, like, because like we're focusing on a lot because like we're going through kind of like more with a fine-tooth comb, but like when you're reading it, it like it'll be something that sticks out for a second, but the rest of the ending is so...
It's one of those things where it's like, while I was reading it, I was so enjoying all this sort of stuff, and then like right towards... Because it's really right towards like the very end that we get Sazed being like, he wasn't that bad. Like, I think he was a good guy. That I'm just being like... And then it's just like, and then like the rest of the ending happens and you're like, okay.
Yeah.
But then just like going back to it and like talking about it for the podcast where it's like I'm thinking with it in mind and like going back to it just makes these moments feel worse.
Yeah.
You know, not necessarily like the moment with Marsh, but just sort of like some of the like epigraph moments where they're talking about the Lord Ruler and stuff. Going back to some of those epigraph moments feel worse now. Because it feels like... Before it was like, are they excusing it or not? It's not exactly, you know, they're just kind of like understanding. But then right at the end, they're like, and it's fine.
Yeah.
And then it just makes all the stuff before it just like feel worse.
Yeah.
So, yeah. But Marsh gets the earring out, and so Vin can finally pull on the mist again.
Yeah. Yep,
and rip the earring from Vin's ear. Vin's eyes snapped open, and she pulls in the mist. The mist returned to her.
But the voice spoke no further. It had been stifled mid-sentence. Yep, and then she could pull on the mists.
And boy, does she.
She pulls on all of the mists.
All of the mist. She pulls in the full extent of the mist. She goes God mode.
Yep.
Quite literally. Yep. She goes quite literally God mode. She just gets so much power and then she's pulling on more and more and more.
Yep. Her entire body burned like metal and the pain disappeared in a flash. Yeah, and then we just kind of get her fighting, pulling on it a little bit or whatever, and then we go to other perspectives where they see the mist moving. Gotcha.
Yeah. We go to the next chapter.
Yep.
Chapter 73.
I have spoken of the Inquisitor's ability to pierce copper clouds. As I said, this power is easily understood when one realizes that many Inquisitors were Seekers before their transformation, which meant their bronze became twice as strong. There is at least one other case of a person who could pierce copper clouds. In her case, however, the situation was slightly different. She was a Mistborn from birth, and her sister was the Seeker. The death of that sister and subsequent inheritance of power via the hemalurgic spike used to kill that sister left her twice as strong at burning bronze as a typical Mistborn, and that let her see through the copper clouds of lesser Allomancers.
Yep, and that just... Because again, I was like, it's earring theory. It was a hemalurgic spike, and, you know, the mother, she killed the younger sister and had the earring and put it in her. It's all there. All the pieces were right there. Like, as soon as, like, you learn about hemalurgy as a thing...
It's like, oh, it has to be, you know,
it has to be, because, like, all the pieces fit, you know?
And it makes sense Vin doesn't think about it, because she's not able to, really.
Yeah.
Because, like, he's been...
And also, she doesn't know all the, like, hemalurgy specificities. No. She doesn't quite know how hemalurgy works because she hasn't, like, learned all the stuff from, like, Sazed and Spook and whatnot. Right. So she doesn't know, like, she just knows, like, they put, like, okay, because she knows kind of...
That, like, there's people with spikes and...
Yep, and it gives them powers, and the Koloss, it's got something
spikes,
to do... Spikes, but, like, it's like, it's gonna put two people together to, like, make a Koloss, but the Koloss doesn't actually get to, like, do its thing, so we don't get to, like... So she doesn't get to, like, know the full understanding of how hemalurgy works. For her to even, like, put it together that, like, oh, that's fucking the same, like... Oh, yeah, like, my mother, and killed, like, knowing that you have to kill someone with it and then put it through someone. Yeah. Like, she needs to know all those things in order to be able to, like, fully understand, like, oh, here's why it would make sense for what my mom did to have been hemalurgy to me. Right. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, and it makes sense to just, like, want something from your past. You know? Like, yeah, of course she'd just want to have her earring in.
It's the only connection I have to my mother, even though, like, it was awful. It's still just, like, it's the only thing that I have. And just, yeah.
Yep.
Earring theory. Chekhov's earring. I said it all the way back in book 1, and here it is. I fucking knew it.
Yep. Yeah, because it comes back in the end of the first book, and so it's like, that's Chekhov's earring. It's the...
But it's like, it comes back at the end, but it even doesn't... It's like yeah, but only kind of.
Yeah. She just used it as, like, a weapon, basically.
Yep. But then it's like, she doesn't have it, so she can draw in the mist, but, like, I don't put it together like that's... why that is, because why would that matter?
Yep, why would her not having her earring be why she couldn't pull the mists in?
Yep, but then it all makes sense, and it's like, yep, that's how you know.
Yep.
That's how you know, because it's like, the Inquisitors, he knew how they worked, because I'm like, how does this make sense with, like, allomancy and stuff? It's a whole different magic thing. It's hemalurgy.
Yep.
And so, like, he already knew about hemalurgy and how it worked. You know, he already had that, like, planned out, Sanderson, because he's a planner and all that. So it's like, yep, and then Vin's got it, and, like, it's just all planned out from the beginning, and you can, like, tell, because it all comes together so well.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, because, like, we see the Inquisitors, like, right away, like, in the first book and stuff, and they're all hemalurgy and stuff.
Yep, they're all hemalurgied up.
Yep. Yeah, because we see a bunch of hemalurgy before we ever learn about it.
Before we learn, like, what it really means. It's just, like, this mystery of, like, what is with the spikes? Yeah,
like, how are they still alive? It's just going through their head.
Yep.
But, yeah. Yep, so, in chapter 73, we are with, we're back with Tensoon.
Yep. The mists change. Yep, the mists are, like, moving because they're being pulled towards Vin.
Yep. Yeah, they're all being, like, pulled in a direction. So, like, we see Tensoon react to that, then we see Breeze, and...
Oh, yeah, because Ariane is like, Breeze, come see this.
He's like, what am I looking at? What do you even mean? And then he's like, oh, the mist. That's what you mean, obviously.
Yep. Yeah.
And then, then Spook comes in and he's like, gather the people, we need to move. My dear boy, what is this? You should be in bed.
Ariane's such a funny character because she's just kind of there.
Yeah.
Like, she does some
she doesn't do a ton.
But she doesn't do, like, a ton.
Yeah.
She, like, I don't know, she's more Spook than Spook is, in that sense.
Yeah.
Because, like, early on, it's like, yeah, Spook's, like, around, but he's not really doing much, but, like, he's gotta be, like, important at some point. And then in the next book, Ariane shows up, and she's, like, kind of important.
Yeah.
Ish, but, like, you know, mostly she just, like, gets set to come into battle.
Yep.
There at the end.
Yeah, pretty much.
And then later, you know, she, like, helps. She does help with, like, some of the stuff in Orto. She causes that, like, riot that, like, helps them and whatnot. So, like, she does do some things. She's just, like, not as important as I was, like, I guess expecting she'd end up being, you know? I thought that, like, because in the second book I was like, yep, Vin, Elend, and Ariane
are gonna
be what a fun adventuring party, and Spook, all them, like,
and they immediately turn around,
and they it's like, all right, bye.
She immediately leaves, and then they, like, travel and then turn around.
There's, like, a Fire Emblem character I'm thinking of, and I need to try and remember her I can look her up, so I can be like, this is what I think of when I think of Ariane. I think she's in, not Three Houses, the one, like, before that, I think. The Pokemon one, where there's 3 versions of the same game. Like, Fates, I think?
Yeah.
Fire Emblem,
that
Fates.
makes sense, because I could only think of, like, Fates Stay Night, which I knew was an anime.
Right.
And I'm like, it's not that.
Yeah, I think she's in this one. She might be in another one, but I think she's actually in this one. So I'm gonna try and, like, pull her up real quick and then say her name so that you at home can know who it is that I'm talking about. It is also possible that she's actually from
a different game,
from Awakening, which I've also played a lot of, but we'll see. She might be in Awakening as I'm, like, going through this, like, list of characters.
Did this stop? No. Sorry,
it didn't stop. That's good. Yeah, I have it, like, zoomed out some, so
I just straight up was like, what?
It makes it harder to tell that it's, like, moving or not.
Just looking at the audio track.
Yeah. I think Now I'm like, okay, she's probably in this one then. She's in Awakening. Which Awakening I played a lot of. Yep, here it is. Maribel. I thought her name was like an M name.
Gotcha. I've seen that character somewhere, I think.
Yeah, she's got like the big like curls and like the bows, and she's got like an umbrella, and she's like, you know, like a noble lady. I think she like is on a horse in the game.
Yeah.
I think she's like a mounted unit, but she's like a mounted like healer, which is, you know, not exactly what Ariane does, but being sort of like a more magically inclined noble lady makes me think of her, because she's also like part of her thing is that she's, you know, very like, you know, fancy and full of herself. You know, she's that type. So it kind of, you know, makes me think of her. Yes, Maribel projects a typical noblewoman persona, being somewhat snobbish and enjoys the finer aspects of nobility life. She is willing to teach others how to speak in a manner befitting of a noble, though she occasionally gets carried away while doing so. Yeah, so it's whenever I think of Ariane, I just like picture her. I don't have like a good like visual imagination.
Yeah.
Like I can picture things in my mind, but I feel like I'm not always great at it, especially when it's something like this. So sometimes it'll be like I just kind of imagine characters as things that I've like seen before.
Yeah.
Supposed to like coming up with like new images.
That makes sense.
So, but anyway, yeah.
Yeah.
It was just because we like had a brief mention of her. She's like calling.
Ariane.
Yeah, she's like calling Breeze. I keep wanting to get Sazed and Breeze. So often I want to call Breeze Sazed, and I don't know why.
Yeah. Yeah, so then Spook is telling Breeze to get everyone together and get them into the storage cavern, like, immediately.
Right. Yep. And also it's so funny because, like, for really kind of no good reason, everyone gets, like, paired off at the end.
Yeah.
Everyone's paired off by the end. Breeze has Ariane. Spook's got what's-her-fuck.
Yeah,
Beldre, which is, like, sure, this romance just kind of happened.
Yeah.
Like, they're cute and stuff, but it's like, didn't need this.
Yeah.
I didn't need for Spook to have a romance, but sure. Ellen and Vin have their thing. Ham has a wife off somewhere.
Yeah, but he's always had a wife.
He's always had a wife, but it's like everyone, you know, so the only person who doesn't is like Marsh, except for Marsh had a thing for, he has this unrequited love for Mare and all that sort of stuff. So it's like everyone has to have their like partner. And so even Tensoon, there's that like one Khandra girl that like they're not like necessarily romantic, but just sort of like that like talks to him and stuff and helps him out later in the later chapters and stuff. It's like we have to all have our little like pairs. I don't know, it's just like just one of those little things that I just kind of noticed. It's like everyone's got to have a match. Everyone's got to be paired off by the end. It's just funny.
Yep, and then we move into like Ham and Ellen. Yeah, so we're in Ellen's perspective. And they're like seeing the mists, you know, and everything. And Ellen's just like, I don't really care about the mist right now, Ham. I can barely think straight.
There's a lot going on right now
because they're fighting like Koloss and stuff.
Right.
And then they realize that the Koloss are all like running away towards Luthadel. Or whatever. He's like, we never would have beat all of these, or whatever. It's like they're running away towards Luthadel.
Right. Yeah. Because they're like coming after Vin and stuff.
Yeah. So many of them. We'd never have beaten them, even with the Allomancers.
So it's a good thing that Vin ran off and did that.
Yep.
And then we cut back to Vin.
Yep. And she's still fighting. And this is her fighting 12 Inquisitors at once while on Mist.
On Mist. And she, like, fucking destroys Critic Shaw.
Oh, yeah, she completely flattens Critic Shaw.
Yeah, describe it as like an impact crater.
Yeah.
Like, just utter destruction with this power of preservation.
Yep, basically.
But that's it's part of it, you
Yep.
know, because humans are of both ruin and preservation.
Yep.
And that becomes like a thing later. But yep, she's just using her mist powers like crazy.
Yep. Like all of her abilities are just like heightened, and she's.
And it's like she has like an infinite supply of
Yep.
Metals, essentially.
Yep. And then like then she's fighting.
Yeah, because she's like fighting all these Inquisitors, and then whenever she like gets to Marsh, she like doesn't kill him.
Yep. Yeah. She gets. Yep. So then she finds Marsh. Yeah.
Yeah, because there's like.
Yeah. So there's a bit of like.
Because she's like counting as she's like killing the Inquisitors and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. And then she's Vin paused, breathing deeply, feeling rainwater trail down her arms and drip off of her fingers. She still burned within, and she looked up, staring into the vortex of mist. It was spinning so powerfully, twisting down. She was having trouble thinking for all the energy that coursed through her.
Yep.
And then she's thinking, like, this isn't Marsh, like, it's something else, it's Ruin, like, because, like, she's gonna kill him or whatever.
Yeah. But then she can't bring herself
And then,
to do it.
Well, she can. She tries to.
Right.
The mist swirled in a final tempest, the circular motion growing faster and tighter, as the last wisps of mist spun down and were pulled into Vin's body. Then the mists were gone, and she has all of the mists.
Yep.
And then she goes to...
Because Mistborn suddenly makes, like, more sense in terms
Yeah.
of, like, allomancy and, like, having all of it being like, oh, you're Mistborn because it comes from the mist, because the mist snap you and stuff.
Yeah. There's more of... She gasped, feeling the fire within her blaze hotter and hotter. It was allomancy as she had never known it, and now she now knew that she had never... it was allomancy as she had never known it, and she now knew she had never understood it. The power was far greater than metals, than mere pushes and pulls. It was something awesomely more vast. A power that men had used, yet never comprehended. And then we go into Marsh's perspective. Where, like, she just, like, starts pulling out spikes. But he thinks, like, finally, whatever I did, it worked somehow. Like, the earring.
Yeah, because she takes, like, one of the spikes out of his eye or something?
Yeah.
Out of one of his eyes?
Yeah.
That doesn't kill him because you need to take both spikes.
Yeah, she grabbed one and then she vanished.
Yep, she just fully vanishes.
Yep, she tried to grab the other one, but she vanished before that happened.
Because I remember I was, like, sending you some texts.
Yeah.
And I was just like, Vin just disappeared into the mist? Is she gonna be the new preservation? Yeah.
Which, I mean, you were correct.
Because my messages that I sent to you were, I was double right. The trust is the body, and also ATM is the body. I don't see how that makes sense, but we'll see. The earring! Haha! And then Vin just disappeared into the mist. She gonna be the new preservation? And then I think going into the next chapter, I have, like, another thing that I sent you, because that's, like, right at the end of the chapter that she disappears.
Yep, just gone.
Just... It's like, what? What the fuck? I was like, she's become preservation? Question mark. She's gonna be a short man with black hair and a nose. Yeah, but yeah, she became God, and as I said, now she can talk to Panic at the Disco. But yeah, that's the end of the chapter. Chapter 74.
She once asked Ruin why he had chosen her. The primary answer is simple. It had little to do with her personality, attitudes, or skill with allomancy. She was merely the sole child Ruin could find who was in a position to gain the right hemorrhagic spike, one that would grant her heightened power with bronze, which would then let her sense the location of the Well of Ascension. She had an insane mother and a sister who was a seeker, and was herself Mistborn. That was precisely the combination Ruin needed. There were other reasons, of course, but even Ruin didn't know those.
What? You know? It's just like, what does that mean?
Yeah.
There were other reasons, but Ruin didn't even know those. And it's like, what the fuck does that mean? And why? Yeah. I don't know what that means.
I think it might be a preservation
A preservation thing?
I think it might be in another epigraph.
Yeah.
Where we get a bit more to that.
Gotcha. But yeah, and then we go back to, was it the Chandra?
We're back with Elend.
Elend.
And Day broke, no mist.
Oh, yeah, and it's too hot.
Way too hot.
Way too hot. Yeah, the mist was keeping things cool enough for humans to live.
Yep. Has the sun always been this hot? Ellen frowned, noticing for the first time it did seem hot. It was still early morning, yet it already felt like noon.
Yep.
Something is still wrong, he thought. Very wrong. And worse.
Yep.
And there's still a bunch of ash.
Yep, so ash everywhere. Things are still bad.
Yeah, and the heat. Shouldn't it have been getting colder as more ash flew into the air, blocking the sunlight?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and then Yeoman gives him a little bit of ATM.
Right, the little bit, the bead that he had been sort of like saving that was like on his forehead.
Yeah. Yeah. So he gives it to Ellen because he's like, you'll probably need it more than me, which is funny considering where he's going.
Yeah.
Where Ellen is going.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, well, every bit counts.
Right.
Right, considering it's like, alright, it's like, I gotta go back to Luthadel, which is where all the ATM actually is, over at the pits and stuff.
Yep.
Which is funny. It's like, yeah, where's the ATM? Where do you think it is? The pits.
Yep.
It always just stayed at the pit.
Yep.
Which is, like, hilarious. Like, when you think about it.
Oh, yeah.
Because they're like, oh, it's gotta be, like, in Creedic Shaw. No, it's right next door, over at the pit still.
Yep.
It just never left. They got it out and then just kept it there. It's like where because it's like it comes from there and so it must be going and then it goes elsewhere and so it's like why would it just still be there?
Yep.
Crazy.
Yep.
Crazy stuff.
And Yeoman kind of we get a little bit where Yeoman kind of says he like respects Ellen and just like I was wrong about you. The things I said were undeserved. You let me into your city when my men were surrounded by their own Koloss, and I don't care what you said about me. You're a good man in my estimation. You're wrong about the Lord Ruler, though. He's guiding all this. Ellen merely smiled.
Because, see, that's the thing. In the end, coming down, like, oh, Yeoman's, like, a good guy.
Yeah.
Like, I see it.
Yeah.
Like, Yeoman's trying to do its best, and he has been in this religion his whole life, but he does, like, come around. Like, he doesn't fully abandon it, but he does come around, and he can be, like, convinced about all these sorts of things.
And he cares about people.
And he cares about people. The Lord Ruler doesn't care about people.
Yeah.
Not actually. He's like, oh, I'm saving the world, but I'm still like slaughtering so many Ska all the time, and I feel like and he's like, Ska lives are just meaningless. I can just like waste as many Ska lives as I want because I'm saving the whole of humanity, so of course it's worth it. But it's still like you don't really care about humanity at that point.
Right.
You know, because like you're just killing people and like doing all this stuff. It's like, oh, it's for their own good. Why can't they just learn? And it's like, why can't you just learn?
Right.
You know? Like, everything's pointing to that, like, this isn't working. And, like, that's, like, in... I don't know. It's, like... But it's, like, oh, well, it's corruption. It's the corruption by Ruin or whatever. Because, like, on the, metal plate, it's, like, oh, he's, like, bouncing back and forth and whatnot. And, like, he's like, oh, I hear Ruin whispering to me and all this sort of stuff. But it's, like... I don't know. I'll shut up about it.
But yeah, and then he explicitly tells Ellen that he is a seer, an ATM misting.
Yeah.
And he's like, ATM mistings, that means there are others too. Gold mistings, electrum mistings. Though as he thought about it, some, like aluminum and duralumin mistings, would be impossible to find, and, all that.
Yep. Yeah. Which we had talked about before.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, and so then he decides to go. He's going to Luthadel and such, and he takes a bunch of horseshoes. He does Vin's horseshoe
whirlwind maneuver.
Yep. He's able to do it now.
Yep. Yep, and that's the end of the chapter.
Yeah.
Alrighty, chapter 75. Yeah, the last one was a real short one.
Yeah. There's gonna be. I think this one's a bit longer, but then there's quite a few real short ones.
Real short ones, yeah.
Yep. Alright, 75. Each hemalurgic spike driven through a person's body gave Ruin some small ability to influence them. This was mitigated, however, by the mental fortitude of the one being controlled. In most cases, depending on the size of the spike and the length of time it had been worn, a single spike gave Ruin only minimal powers over a person. He could appear to them and could warp their thoughts slightly, making them overlook certain oddities. For instance, their compulsion for keeping and wearing a simple earring.
See, because I think about, like... This is such a weird thing, and I'm like, maybe this is nothing, but I'm thinking about Vin supposed to go visit Hoyd.
Yeah.
And she just like, something feels wrong.
She's like, something feels wrong? Nope.
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 And I'm like, was that,
Something?
Yeah, was that something? Because Vin's like, oh yeah, I've always just like trusted my instincts. And I was like, that's maybe being used against you because it can just kind of like subtly affect your emotions and stuff. And so maybe it was just like, Ruin was like, you've got a bad feeling about this. And Vin's I do have a bad feeling about this. See ya. Because Hoyd, I know, has like extra knowledge beyond... it's like I just know that he is cross Cosmere.
Yeah, that's just that he appears.
In like, because like he shows up in like Elantris or something. Yep. And so like if I had read Elantris before this, I would have known that. It would have been like, why is he here? Yeah. And so it's almost as if Ruin's like, he might tell you something that
I'm gonna stay away.
He might tell you something that I don't want you to know. But I don't know. It's just like, because it's just like, oh yeah, she's gonna go visit Hoyd. No, she's not. Yeah. It's just such an odd little like moment, and it's like really funny.
Like it's like mentioned, like
right, and so
you as the audience know who that is.
Right, exactly, and so it's just like, huh? Yeah. What's up with that? Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah. But yeah, so in chapter 75, we end up back with Sazed.
Right, now we're back with the Chondro.
Yep. And he's kind of like looking over his place that he's been staying and stuff, and like wishing that he had more time to study their society and stuff.
Yeah, because I have a thing here about like I hope Chondro do just choose their own gender.
Yeah.
Because he talks about that. It's like, how do they know what gender they're supposed to be? They don't. Yeah. because genitals.
That left him wondering about scholarly sorts of questions. They reproduced by transforming mist wraiths into Chondra, so genitals would be redundant. Yet the Chondra identified themselves by gender. Each was definitely a he or a she. Why? Did they choose arbitrarily, or did they actually know what they would have been had they been born a human rather than as a mist wraith? Right,
and that's like an interesting kind of like question. Like, do they have some sense of like what they would have been otherwise? Which is interesting.
This is my thought purely on just... like nothing future or any anything like that.
Yeah.
Is what was I saying?
The Chondra gender stuff?
Yeah. Oh, was like since we got that like bit that mist wraiths, like the rest of the Chondra other than the first generation were from mist wraiths. Like
that were like the descendants of the original.
That were descendants of other mist wraiths.
Yeah.
My thought is that they like how would there would be no way to know what they would
be like if they had been human.
That doesn't make any sense to me, really, because like they weren't human. Like the original, the first generation were human, and I can see that, and I can see the rest of the Chondra being because that they were from like
if the other ones had been brought to like sentience or whatever.
Right. And you kind of have something to like go off in this culture of these like kind of humanoid. So you kind of get the humanoid like.
Right.
Like aspect of it, and then you even get like the kind of like gender aspect because of like its interactions with like humans and stuff. But they wouldn't have been born as a human. Like they were a mist wraith. Like they were like
they were born as a mist wraith.
Right.
And
then given blessings as a Chondra. Like that doesn't.
And then as they go on, the newer generations are doing weirder things with their bodies, like having forearms.
And so they have less and less connection
to humanity, as it were.
Like human society and such.
Right. And so like, so I like to believe that they essentially just kind of like choose.
Yeah.
They're just like, yep, I'm this thing, I guess. And they're like, all right.
Yep. And I think if Sanderson had more of a context on non-binary, like, identities and stuff like that at the time, then it would be less like...
Yeah, it would have, like, come up more.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, and just be less, like, they would choose, you know, like...
Necessarily, like, have to choose, like, men or women and whatnot. Yeah. It's like, I can see them kind of doing that since they're basing all their stuff off human society.
Right.
But it's, like, definitely a lot of these, like...
The younger ones, yeah.
Yeah, a lot of these younger Khandra, they're fucking non-binary. Yeah, you know what they are. They're gender fluid. Yeah, they're whatever. You know. They just gotta be.
Oh, yeah.
Like, what's more gender fluid than being a Khandra?
Oh, yeah.
Like...
The amount, like, reading the Khandra, I would love to be a Khandra. That'd be great.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Like, the ability to just have that level of control over your own body would be great. I agree. Yeah. And also, if Sanderson had more of a knowledge and understanding about... gender stuff.
Yes.
You know, Sazed's whole deal.
Yeah.
but we'll get to that.
Yeah.
But yes, so Sazed's thinking about that with the Khandra, and is this when he has his whole bit about faith?
I mean, he's talking about, like, the world bringers, their word for keepers, were holy men and women who imparted knowledge. Mm-hmm. But also sort of their god Tur. It was the ancient terrorist word for to preserve.
Oh yeah, terror, because they're like the terrorists.
Yeah, this is that section where he kind of makes up that, or like makes his mind up and such.
Right.
Kind of has that whole like conversation
with himself about the nature of religion and what he chooses. You know,
like, I do want to believe. That's why I spent so much time searching. I can't have it both ways. I simply have to decide.
Right.
Yeah. I sought help, and something answered. Sazed smiled, and everything seemed a little brighter. Mm-hmm. And so that's kind of his decision. Yep.
Looking on Instagram, Dellara, Dellara, is the person that I got that ethical billionaire thing from. This is the only thing I've ever seen from this person ever.
Got you.
So, like... Yeah. So just know that. If you go and check them out, and turns out they're the worst person you've ever seen... This is the only thing I've ever seen by them. Because, like, some of these people that we'll talk about are people that, like, I, follow or something, but this was just, like, a random thing that I came across. I'm like, that makes sense. So.
I like this little bit kind of thinking... his whole thing, I sought help and something answered, and he's like, Breeze was right, I was not meant to be an atheist. The thought seemed too flippant for what had just happened to him. As he picked up the metal sheets and prepared to meet with the first generation, he realized that Khandra passed outside his humble little cavern, completely oblivious to the important decision he made. That was how things often went. Some important decisions were made in public, on a battlefield or in a conference room, but others happened quietly, unseen by others. That didn't make the decision any less important to Sazed. Mm-hmm. He would believe, one more thing.
Sorry.
He would believe, not because something had been proven to him beyond his ability to deny, but he chose to.
Right. Yeah, but belief is something that you choose rather than something that is straight up proven to you. Yeah. But it's also like, I don't know.
I get that. I just lost my train of thought.
Yeah. Yeah, well, because it's also one of those things where it's like, I don't know. There's a level to which it's like, you know, he does have to kind of like choose to believe in this and to like have faith in this thing, but it's also like, I don't know, man. There is more about this that's demonstrably true than the other religions, you know, the like ruin and preservation stuff. You know, like we're seeing it happen, but also it's like, oh, does it have anything to do with this religion, or is it like, you know, something beyond that? But it's like, I don't know, if this thing has the information you need, then it has the information you need, whether it's coming from religion or not. Yeah. But it's like, I don't know, as it goes on, and especially towards like right at the very end, it's like, well, a lot of this stuff has just been proven to be demonstrably true to you, so it kind of stops being faith at that point. Yeah. I don't know.
I think it's more... I don't know what...
Because it's like, these people were there. They were there for a lot of this stuff. They were there for, like, the Well of Ascension stuff. And, like, with Rashek. And Rashek has, like, these plans based on what he knows from being at the Well of Ascension and all this sort of stuff. So it's like, there's reason to believe in them and what they're saying, and that it's going to be important and relevant beyond just, like, a general sort of, you gotta have faith in the terrorist religion because... Yeah. You know, you choose to. And it's like, I don't know. There's reasons to be doing this other than faith, but he chooses faith.
Yeah.
But then in the end, it still gets demonstrably proven true. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
For a brief moment there, he's actually, like, doing the, like, faith thing, and it's really, like, faith without whatever, but then it does just turn out to be demonstrably true in the end. Like, he still just happened to choose the one that turned out to be demonstrably true. Like, especially by the very end of it, he becomes God, and he knows for a fact it is true.
Yeah.
And so it still feels like a weird... So in some ways it still feels like, yeah, you had faith, and then you later found out that it was demonstrably true.
Yeah.
Like, in a way that is provable, because it's literally happening to you.
Yeah.
And so it still feels like, on some level, you do still want to have actual, like, confirmation.
Yeah.
You know? It's like, faith based on nothing is like, what's the point?
Yeah.
Like, there's reasons to believe that this could still be true, and I'm gonna back this horse, and then it turned out to be demonstrably true, thus proving that you were right to have done it, but it was only because it got proven to be demonstrably true at the end.
Yeah.
I don't know. So, like, to me, it still feels like, I don't know, demonstrable truth wins out in the end. You know? It's like you were looking for the one that is true, capital T, true. And in the end, we get, and like, you know, and we'll get into it more later.
Yeah.
Like, how that's not, like, the only thing that matters. But, like, this one did end up being capital T true. You found the right one. You found the one that has capital T truth in it. So your journey of, like, trying to find a religion that was capital T true, like, you know, part of it's supposed to be like, oh, you know, that's the wrong way to look at it. But in the end, it's still like, no, you did still find it. You still found the one that was capital T true, but you only found it once you stopped looking for it, in a sense. And so it's like, I don't know. It just feels a little conflicted there to me. But yeah, but he has conviction again, and he goes off to, like, the first generation again, and they continue talking and whatnot.
Oh, yeah, they go and, like, talk to Khanpar because the mist disappeared and all of that, and they're, like, freaking out.
Right, yeah, all the Khans are freaking out because the mist disappeared. And they're like, is this the end? Is this the time for the whatever it's called? Because they have a term for it.
The resolution.
The resolution. And the seconds are like, no, it's definitely not.
Yeah, that's where, like, when they're talking about the resolution and stuff, where they ask him not to write it down and everything.
Right.
Yeah, and so then they talk about, like, the resolution being, like, when...
when the end comes and the Khandra have to take their spikes out.
Yeah.
And that's sort of bringing an end to the Khandra. And then the seconds are like, no.
Yep.
And they do a little coup.
Yep.
It's coup time. And the seconds overthrow the firsts and chuck him in prison. And they throw Zayzed in prison too.
I'm just sleepy.
Yeah. Just a little bit more.
I can't read.
It's okay.
I was trying to look through it, and I'm just like, I can't process words.
Yeah, just like nothing's... Yeah. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, so the mist of the body of preservation, the others nodded, and it has disappeared. More nods. Does this not mean that preservation has returned? That's impossible. Yeah, so... That's not preservation, merely an image, a remnant. Now that Ruin has escaped, I think we can assume that it too has been destroyed. If preservation has not returned, then has someone else perhaps taken up his power to use in this fight? Is that not what your teaching say will happen? That which has been sundered must again begin to find its whole. Silence. Perhaps. Haddock said. So yeah, this is what it means to be the hero of ages. I am right to believe she can save us. So again, it's just like...
Yeah.
It's like... It's still like proof, looking for proof.
Yeah.
It's like faith is belief in the absence of proof, and yet still he's like, I'm going to choose to believe this, and then things keep proving him right.
Yeah.
Up until the end where it's like, oh no, I wasn't exactly right, but it's still like, this is the religion that was right. And so it's still just like, proof still matters to you.
Yeah.
And if it had proven to be something else, you know, I don't know. would you still have just held on to the terrorist religion even though you were wrong because of faith?
Yeah.
Because that seems like not the right thing to do.
Yeah.
So it's still just kind of like, I don't know. I wouldn't have chosen the way that Sazed does, but I'm not Sazed, so it's fine.
I also don't know if, like, all of the terrorist religion is true. I think, like, some of, like, the... behind the, you know... Because it's kind of...
Because it's been, like, corrupted by, like, ruin and whatnot.
Yeah.
But it's still, you know... I don't know. It's just like, I choose to have faith.
Yeah.
But then in the end, it's not about faith. It's about things that are actually, like, provable.
Yeah.
Still. And so it still just feels a little bit like... Yeah, so, like, the provable and the stuff that's not based purely on faith is still the correct mode.
Yeah.
Essentially, is how it feels to me. I don't know. It's like... I don't know. I'll let it go. But yeah, Compar shows up and was like, take them! What is this? Says sat there, pen held in hand. He recognized the urgent, tense posture in the figures of the second generation. And he's like, it's a coup! They're like, you can't lead any longer. You're trying to, like, do the resolution, have us all die.
Yeah.
Like, you would lead us all to death or whatever. And it's like, no, but, like, we have to, because, like, the resolution's happening. Everything's going to shit. Not the time. You spoke of the resolution. Have you no idea the panic that this has caused? And,
Yeah.
And so, says, like, I have to strike, for the first generation, he had to strike now, says it thought, before the first generation said more to the common people, making the second redundant. Kanpar can stuff them all away somewhere, and then prop up dummies and the alcoves.
Yeah.
So they're trying to sort of keep this, like, coup kind of, like, hidden. This, like, it's like, the time for revolution is now. You're too unstable, old one. I will not trust the future of our people to a creature who could, at a whim, order them to kill themselves. You fear change, Sazed said, meeting the Khandra's eyes. I fear instability, Kanpar said. I will make certain that the Khandra people have a firm and immutable leadership. Which is similar to how, like, Yeoman was, in a way.
Yeah.
But yeah, and so then they capture all of them and throw them in jail. And that's the end of chapter 75. Chapter 76.
I've always wondered about the strange ability Allomancers have to pierce the mists. When one burned tin, he or she could see further at night through the mists. To the layman, this might seem natural. Tin, after all, enhances the senses. The logical mind, however, may find a puzzle in this ability. How exactly would tin let one see through the mists? As an obstruction, they are unconnected with the quality of one's eyesight. Both the nearsighted scholar and the long-sighted scout would have the same trouble seeing into the distance if there was a wall in the way. This should have been our first clue. Allomancers could see through the mists because the mists were composed of the very same power as allomancy. Once attuned by burning tin, the Allomancer was almost part of the mists, and therefore they became more translucent.
Yep, which is something that I had kind of, like, thought about in the past. I don't remember if I ever said it anywhere in the podcast, but it's like being able to see through the mists more with tin. I was willing to just be like, you know, it's magic shit. So, like, sure, it lets you see through them more. But then this having, like, an actual, like, explanation as to, like, why they could see farther, even though enhancing your eyesight shouldn't let you see farther in the mist. So that's, like, that's nice. Yeah. I enjoyed that. Yep. And so then what happens this chapter?
We get to see Vin be God.
Yeah, we get to see Vin be God and communicate with Ruin in godhood.
She felt about her, trying to make sense of her surroundings. Her arms and legs didn't seem to work. In fact, she couldn't focus on them. The longer she floated, however, the clearer her vision became. And then,
Yep, and then she sort of realizes what she's become. She has, like, this expanded consciousness, this expanded mind, and she's trying to, like, make changes to the world, like the Lord Ruler did. She, like, rotates the planet so that, like, they're in, like, the night again. They're on, like, the cool side, so they don't get, like, burned up by the sun.
Yep.
But in turning the planet so quickly, it causes, like, a tsunami that, like, wipes out, like, a whole village or something.
Yeah.
And she tries to then stop it, but Ruin keeps her from stopping it. And her and Ruin are, like, struggling back and forth, and there's a whole thing, and Ruin's like, balance, you'll learn to hate it, or whatever.
Yeah.
And it's a whole thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I like, so he doesn't, he doesn't use Reen's voice anymore. It's like his voice was not that of Reen, but instead something more guttural. It was a vibration that washed across her like an allomantic pulse. Welcome to godhood. And she like tries to get like a sense of what she can do.
Right.
She immediately knew things. Only this time the power was so vast, the understanding so great, that it seemed to have shocked her mind. Fortunately, that mind was expanding.
Yeah.
And she was growing, awakening. And then she rose above the city, knowing that the power spinning through her, the core of her existence, was simply a hub, a focus for power that stretched across the entire world. She could be anywhere she wished. Indeed, a part of her was in all places at once. She could see the world as a whole. And then she sees it, like, dying and all of that.
And she sees, like, the metal, all the metal everywhere. It's, like, power, it's light shining.
Yeah, just, like, these big, like, bright spots.
Yep.
But can't really see, like, details in there.
Which it's fun that, like, that's also the case for preservation, not just for Ruin. Because I'd been like, why is Ruin... like, his power has to do with metal and whatnot, so why... But it's both of them experience metal that same way.
So she also tries... I think she also, like, puts out the ash mounts, too, right?
Yes, she does, right.
She stops them up.
She stops them up, and then she's like, that's not actually, like, better as well, because they were, like, blocking out the sun as well, and also I think it's just, like, building up pressure. Yeah, because
then, like, Ruin says, like, or someone, I don't know, maybe it's in an epigraph or something that, like, the earth starts, like, cracking and stuff because the pressure builds up in the...
in the volcanoes.
So then we get a little bit of, like, Ruin, like as he's talking to her, like, talking about, like, I was surprised when Preservation said he wanted to create you. Other life is ordered by way of nature, balanced, but Preservation, he wanted to create something intentionally unbalanced, something that could choose to preserve at some times, but to ruin at others.
Right.
Something in the form of that which we had seen before.
Something in the form of that which we had seen before.
Yeah.
Which is interesting.
It was intriguing.
It's like, so they've seen humans somewhere else before, maybe? Yeah, because it's like... What does this mean for humans in other parts of the Cosmere is kind of my question, you know?
Because, like, these ones were explicitly made by Ruin and Preservation.
Right, and also in the image of something that they had seen before. Yeah. And also, like, when Ruin and Preservation die, they, like, become people. So it's like, boop, pop out. So it's like, who made these? Who made you? Yeah.
And were they just...
Normal people? Or were they something else, you know? I don't know.
Yeah, were they like Vin?
What were their eyebrows like?
I love how much you love Thalen eyebrows. It's the best.
It's just because, like, you've also, like, shown me some, like, art, and every time I see their eyebrows like that, I'm like, it's so weird. Well, it's also because it's, like, fucking Poochie from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure is fucking from Thalen. He's got fucking Thalen eyebrows, like... Look up Poochie from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure at home, and you'll see. Not always. He doesn't always look like this, but as it goes on, he gets, like, his eyebrows get crazy. Look at this.
Yeah. That's funny.
Yep, so he's got fucking Thalen eyebrows all crazy. Yeah.
Does he, like, gel them down, or are they, like...
Well, they don't always look like this, because, like, he starts... Yeah, I don't know, because it gets, like, more crazy as it goes on, and his, like, powers change him and stuff, but it's, like, it's weird. Yeah. I mean, JoJo's also just has weird character design. Like, sometimes characters just look crazy for no good reason. Like, what's the explanation? Just look like that, you know? Don't worry about it too much. How does... Jorno's hair circles work. Don't worry about it too much. You can make it work, but also just like, don't worry about it. But yeah, are there anything else here?
Yeah, Vin realizes that there is another piece of Ruin out there, and it's the ATM.
Yeah.
And, like, she's like, I knew it. And she's super frustrated that, like, there's so much she doesn't know and she can't do, and, like...
Yep.
All of that. And there's a little bit from Ruin, "I will give you credit, Vin. You destroyed my Inquisitors, all but one at least. They were very difficult to make."
Mm-hmm.
And then she sees Elend come into Luthadel.
Yep.
And she's just like, ah!
Elend! And that's the end of the chapter. Chapter 77.
Looking back, we should have been able to see the connection among the mists, allomancy, and the power at the Well of Ascension. Not only could Allomancer's vision pierce the mists, but there was the fact that the mists swirled slightly around the body of a person using any type of allomancy. Perhaps more telling was the fact that when a hemalurgist used his abilities, it drove the mists away. The closer one came to Ruin, the more under his influence, and the longer one bore his spikes, the more the mists were repelled.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep.
And then we're back with Elend, and he's in the rubble of Credicshaw.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, how is all of this destroyed?
Yeah.
This is...
What the fuck happened
What is
here?
this crater?
Mm-hmm.
What happened?
Yeah, and he, like, finds Penrod. Its body.
Yes. Yep.
And he's, like, drawn something... He's, like, written something in, like, the ash... But he's like, this has been changed.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, something has taken control of me, of this city. I am lucid only part of the time. Better to kill myself than to cause more destruction. Look toward the Terrace dominance for your people.
Yeah. And then Elend is like, Terrace? That
doesn't
why?
That doesn't make any sense. But it's like, okay, probably change something, but it doesn't change much usually. So it's like the Terrace people are over at the pit, so that's where I'm gonna go. And he heads that way. Yeah.
And he hears a voice in his head, Ruin. A voice seemed to whisper, lies.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Which is probably Vin talking to him.
She's following him around, whispering to him.
Whispering, giving him little nudges, now that she's a god.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
His dead-ish godwife?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Dead-ish godwife. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Because, like, she's not really on the world anymore. Like,
no.
She's not really a human anymore.
She is ascended. she has apotheosis. She's apotheosized or whatever. Yeah, because it's like apotheosis. So I think it has like a more technical Greek meaning, but we normally think of it as like ascension to godhood. So I think apotheosis. Its meaning is something about like revelation or like an understanding. Yeah, it's like so she has apotheosized. I don't know.
Yeah, and so then he decides to go to the pits where the Terrace people are at,
right?
And then we go back to like Vin's perspective, and she's suddenly Ruin's frustration made more sense to Vin. She felt she had the power of all creation, yet it took everything she had to get even a few words to Elend.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. And he's like, balance, or Ruin is like, balance. Balance imprisoned me. Preservation sacrifice. That was to siphon off the part of me that was stronger, to lock it away, to leave me equal with him again, for a time. Only for a time. And what is time to us, Finn? Nothing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah.
And that's the end of that chapter.
Yeah.
Yep. Some real short ones just like mixed in there. Chapter 78.
Yeah. Also, if you hear little barks, Tilly's barking in her sleep over there.
Mm-hmm, just so.
It was very cute. Mm-hmm. But, alright. It may seem odd to those reading. Oh no. Okay. I'm gonna try one more time.
Yeah, this one's a big old full-page one.
That's the problem. I haven't even gotten through the first sentence, and it's a whole page long.
Yep.
So...
You got this.
Let's try. It may seem odd to those reading this that Atium was part of the body of a god. However, it is necessary to understand that when we said body, we generally meant power. As my mind has expanded, I've come to realize that objects and energy are composed of the very same things, and can change state from one to the other. It makes perfect sense to me that the power of godhood would manifest within the world in physical form. Ruin and preservation were not nebulous abstractions. They were integral parts of existence. In a way, every object that existed in the world was composed of their power. Atium, then, was an object that was one-sided. Instead of being composed of half ruin and half preservation, as, say, a rock would be, Atium was completely of ruin. The pits of Hathsen were crafted by preservation as a place to hide the chunk of Ruin's body that he had stolen away during the betrayal and imprisonment. Kelsier didn't truly destroy this place by shattering those crystals, for they would have regrown eventually, in a few hundred years, and continued to deposit atium, as the place was a natural outlet for Ruin's trapped power. When people burned atium, then, they were drawing upon the power of Ruin, which is perhaps why atium turned people into such efficient killing machines. They didn't use up this power, however, but simply made use of it. Once a nugget of atium was expended, the power would return to the pits and begin to coalesce again, as the power of the Well of Ascension would slowly return there after it had been used.
Yeah. Yep, so, because I had been like, is there, like, a sort of another well that's, like, the Ruin one?
Yeah.
And there kind of is, it's the pits.
Yeah,
the pits of Heston, which makes sense. And you've said that this is where, like, the atium retcon is essentially being like, it's not like 100%.
Yeah, it's just mostly.
It's just mostly Ruin, as opposed to being completely Ruin.
Yeah, there's a little bit of... Preservation did something to it.
Yeah. Gotcha.
So, yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
But that's kind of all.
That's kind of all that really
all that's really needed,
which is like
right
a pretty
now.
Minor sort of a thing.
Yep.
All right. And so then.
Yep. So we're on to 78.
Yes.
So we are with Sazed.
Yes. This is a Sazed thought, without a doubt, the oddest dungeon I've ever been in.
Yep. Because he's in the Condor dungeon where it's like a tube basically.
Yeah, isn't it like in the ground?
Yeah.
With like a grate like on top.
Yeah, on top.
Which
and they just like pour water and food down there.
Yep, which such types of dungeons have existed in humanity before. It's called an oubliette.
Oh.
It's like which I know this because of Drawfee.
Okay, so like you said, I know it's Holly.
Holly's being stinky.
Being really stinky. Don't look at me like that. It's your fault.
Yeah. But yes, you're gonna say oubliette.
Oubliette. When you said that, I'm like, why do I know that word, oubliette? It's probably because of Drawfee, but I didn't pay enough attention as to what it was.
Right. Yeah. So it's basically just like a dungeon that's just like, it's just a hole in the ground that you put people, and the word comes from like a French word for like to forget. Because Julia was like, yeah, it's a place where you put people to forget about them.
Yeah.
So it's literally you just put them in a hole in the ground and then just kind of like forget about them.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's an oubliette for Condra. And so he's in there and he's touching the like bars and the lock to use them as...
This is one of my favorite bits of Feruchemy throughout like Mistborn, like this era. It's one of my favorites, like, because he has to be in one place for like a long period of time, and that's, like, it's just, I love it. And then he fights, like, on top of the grate and using the lock and stuff later.
Yep.
And I just love it.
Yeah, because it's, like, the grate is, like, iron, but the lock is steel or something?
I think...
Like, they're made of different material, because he stores, like, weight in one, but speed in the other, I think?
Yeah. Yeah, so he eyed the metal gate. The lock was of fine steel, the grate itself of iron.
Yep.
Yeah, and so he did weight in the iron, and he did speed in the lock.
Yep, and he's like, it felt weird because, you know, they're not, like, portable.
Yeah.
And so they're, like, odd choices for
like a metal mind.
But it turns out to be quite useful.
Yep. Yeah. And, like, every time, like, someone, like, comes to, like, give him water or whatever, he, like, feels them and then, like, drops down and hides, and then we'll just
come back up
and keep... And
he talks about how he goes in sort of, like, a meditative state whenever he does it, which I love. I think that's fun, you know, because it's sort of, like, part of the whole religion of it in a sense, and, you know, like, learning how to use it properly and just sort of being like, don't think about how awful it is, sort of like putting like your speed in there, like you become so like lethargic, but you just kind of go into like a meditative trance to while away the time while you're and he used to like store a bunch at once, and so he'd just be like sick
all the
and
attributes
slow and dumb and all these sorts of
Yeah.
things, you know, and so you just kind of go into like a meditative state where you just kind of like let all that kind of stuff drain out of you.
Yeah.
And literally, it's like an interesting idea of like, let it all...
Yeah, leave, yeah.
Let it all drain out of you and into these
Yeah,
metal
yeah.
mines.
For future use.
For future use. It's great. It's fun. But yeah, and then,
Yep. And then, at a certain point, when I brought you here to save my people, the voice growled, this wasn't what I had in mind.
Right, yep, Tensoon shows up, and he shows up with, like, some of the other, like, younger
with,
Khandra.
With Milan and some other younger Khandra. I think she's the only named.
Yeah. Yeah, she also doesn't do much.
Yeah,
like, she's named, but she
yeah.
doesn't do, like, a ton. She's just kind of, like, around, and just kind of, like, stands in and represents for, like, all the, like, younger Khandra who are a little bit more, like, rebellious and stuff. It's just kind of... Yeah. I mean, not everyone can be super important, but just, like, considering how tight a lot of it is and how important, it's I sort of notice when some of these characters are a little bit, less important and just kind of, like, around.
Yeah.
You're giving me a look like, I don't know, like you know stuff. Because I do wonder if the Khandra are gonna be, like, are they gonna be in the future? I don't know.
Do you think Sazed...
Maybe?
Like he did a bunch of shit.
Right? Yeah.
Like at the end.
like what even is the nature of like Allomancy and Hemalurgy gonna be once Sazed's in control?
Yep.
Wild.
But yeah, so they go to find the firsts, like when Tensoon and stuff gets him out and everything. They go to find the first generation. And like also like kind of thinking about like Sazed's thinking about like Tensoon's like kind of place in Khandra society. There's like we're finally throwing them off. The seconds and their insistence that we serve the humans. Sazed frowned at this. What did humans have to do with this conflict? Then he noticed how others regarded Tensoon, the dog's body. He realized to them, Tensoon is a revolutionary of the highest order, all because of something Vin ordered him to do. Which is interesting, because then he like chose like the dog's body and all of that. But yeah, and then there's and
then the various other bodies that he's had where he was like a horse for a little while and stuff.
Yeah. And so they're all there kind of like worried about like this
And learning pragmatism from Vin.
Yeah, so like they sent a bunch of like fifths after like Tensoon and them, so like they're all kind of like getting ready.
Right.
And there's a bit of like despite their brave words, Tensoon's companions immediately shied away, huddling against the wall. They were plainly not accustomed to conflict, particularly with their own kind.
Yeah.
Tensoon shared none of their timidity. He charged forwards as soon as the group of fifths entered the room, slamming a shoulder into one's chest. There's a Khandra who fits in with his people as poorly as I do with my own.
Yep. And then Sazed fights the fifths.
Yep. Yeah.
And they have like hammers and stuff.
Yeah.
And so he's like, so that's how you fight him. You gotta crush him. And so he makes himself like real heavy and like crushes them and stuff.
Yeah, because he has like the iron mind that he that he had.
Yep. He's got the iron and the speed, so he can make himself heavy and fast.
Yep, and then there's like I thought you were a scholar, the dog noted, like after like fighting all the fifths. Sazed tossed aside his hammer. I am. Vin would have fought her way free from this prison days ago.
Yep. Well, this Sazed also has a thought about, like, I keep saying that I'm not a fighter, but then also I do keep having to, like, fight people.
Yeah.
I've been in too much combat to keep saying that.
Yeah. I think that's one of, like, the, like, prophecies as well. It's, like, the fighter but not a fighter, or soldier but not a soldier, something like that.
Yeah, because there's all the, like, duality.
Yeah. Or it's, like, doesn't call... I would need to look at it.
Yeah, you need to look at it.
Yep, so then they go to find the firsts and stuff. Oh yeah, so then he but before they get them out and everything. They do get them out, but they don't want to like rush forward yet and stuff. They're like waiting a bit.
They have to give them time to like give them their bones back and have them reform.
Yeah, because they can't reform super fast.
Yeah, they can't reform as quickly as like Tensoon can, because Tensoon's like super like practiced at it.
Yeah, and so then Tensoon impersonates another Khandra.
Right, he impersonates one of the fifths. He like takes his like true body and like goes off to like give them false information.
Yeah, he goes, "What's that for?" Sazed asked. "Something Zane taught me. Nobody expects a Khandra to be an imposter." And
no one expects a Khandra to be another Khandra.
Right. Yeah. And so then then he just like sits down and fills his metal mines.
Yep.
Because Tensoon's like, there's not really much to do now, so just do that for a bit.
Yep, so just get yourself ready.
Yep.
Yep, and that's the end of the chapter.
Yep. There's a little bit of like there really isn't a rush in there. I have the first generation here. They're the ones I need. Tensoon will have Kanpar distracted. It doesn't matter what the seconds will be in charge for a few more hours. What harm could they possibly do?
Yeah. Yep.
But yeah, that's the end.
Alrighty. Chapter 79 and another big old full-page epigraph.
Yep. I believe that the Mists were searching for someone to become a new host for them. The power needed a consciousness to direct it. In this matter, I am still confused. Why would power used to create and destroy need a mind to oversee it? Yet it seems to have only a vague will of its own, tied to the mandate of its abilities. Without a consciousness to direct it, nothing could be created or destroyed. It's as if the power of preservation understood that its tendency to reinforce stability was not enough. If nothing changed, nothing would ever come to exist. That makes me wonder who or what the minds of preservation and ruin were.
Me too.
Regardless, the Mists, the power of preservation, chose someone to become their host long before all this happened. She, however, was immediately seized by Ruin and used as a pawn. He must have known that by giving her a disguised hemalurgic spike, he would keep the Mists from investing themselves in her as they wished. 3 times she drew upon their power then. The 3 times she drew upon their power then were the 3 times when her earring had been removed from her body. When she had fought the Lord Ruler, his allomancy had pushed it away. When fighting Marsh and Fadrix, she had used the earring as a weapon, and at the end, Marsh ripped it out, freeing her and allowing the Mists, now desperate for a host, since Preservation's last wisp was gone, to finally pour into her.
Okay, so in this, it says that, like, Preservation had kind of, like, chosen her as well.
Yeah.
And so, like, that's... But it's also like, oh, Ruin chose her also for reasons that it didn't even understand, but, like, did it not understand that, like, Preservation had also chosen her?
I think that Sazed was saying he didn't understand.
Oh,
no, maybe he was saying Ruin didn't understand. No, he was saying Ruin didn't understand.
I thought that...
You're correct on that.
Yeah,
that's
like,
my bad.
Yeah, so it's like, what are those reasons?
Yeah.
You know? Yeah.
Yeah.
But...
I think it might have been Preservation kind of trying to push him
in a way or something.
Right. Because, like, it's the whole thing of, like, wanting her to be able to just destroy... Well, we still wouldn't want him to control her.
No, but it is still also, like, the whole, like... Whenever one tries to do something, the other kind of, like, opposes in some way. So maybe it's sort of like...
Yeah.
Much like how it's like, oh, I'm trying to do something good with Preservation, but Ruin kind of, like...
Yep. Yeah.
Like, kind of, like, shifts you in, like, a more destructive way. Ruin trying to do something destructive, and Preservation kind of, like...
Yep. Yeah.
Shifts it in a more preservative way, maybe?
Yeah.
I don't know. Could be something like that. But, earring theory. There it all was. Alright. And so... Something changed. Yevon arose from her contemplation of the world. Something important had happened. Yeah.
Yeah, or what's happening.
Mm-hmm.
She didn't have enough experience to tell what it was immediately, but she did see Ruin's nexus suddenly shoot away.
Yeah. What's going on?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, because, like,
the Kanpar.
Right, yeah.
Trying to sell the ATM.
Right, yeah. It's like, oh, the coup happened, and it's like, it's time to take control of the Khandra and, like, get the ATM and stuff.
Yep.
Yeah, because Kanpar's like, get the ATM out, and then once that's, like, done, it's like, oh, there's the ATM. I finally actually, like, found it.
Can see it, yeah.
Because Kanpar, like, was like, let's get the ATM out and stuff. Yeah.
I also like this little bit just of, like, how she, like, feels that she moves around or whatever. She followed. Speed wasn't an issue. In fact, she didn't really feel like she was moving. She followed because that was how her mind interpreted the experience of instantly moving her consciousness to the place where Ruin had focused his.
Yeah. It kind of, not exactly, reminds me of, like, Wheel of Time. Like, spoilers for Wheel of Time.
Yeah.
But this doesn't really explain much of anything. Traveling through Teleron Riod.
Yeah.
Where you just kind of, like, imagine yourself there and you just kind of like...
Yep, yeah.
You know, because it's the world of dreaming, you can kind of just, like, teleport yourself around in this weird way, but just, like, focusing on it.
Yeah.
It kind of reminds me of that, but a little bit different.
Yeah. So, yeah, then it's kind of more of,
Because I know that she's, like, struggling against him at one point and, like, throwing herself at him and trying to, like, destroy him, but I don't know if that's right now.
So say that again?
She tries to, like, throw herself at him and, like, destroy him,
Yeah, not yet. We're just seeing like some more of Compar trying to like sell it and all of that. And then it's and like a bit of Ruin speaking to Compar, being like, where is it? Akandra? Ruin seized control of the Kandra Compar. The creature stiffened, his metal spikes betraying him.
Yeah.
Speak of this. How much atium is there? What? Who are you? Why are you in my head?
Right.
I am God, the voice said, and you are mine. All of you are mine.
Yep. And so just trying to like take control of the Khandra.
Yeah.
And then we cut over to Elend.
Yep.
Elend landed outside the pits, tossing a puff of ash.
Yep. And he lands right in front of Demu.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yep.
And Demu's like, whoa. Lord Venture?
Yep. Yeah, and so then he's like, I need to speak with the leaders of the camp. And so then we go back to Sazed.
Yep.
And they get the first generation like out there or whatever and in front of everyone, like into the main like chamber. And they told everyone that Compar betrayed them and imprisoned them, and called everyone to assemble. And Tensoon's still in the body of like one of the fifths.
Gotcha.
Oh yeah, and then Tensoon attacks because he's.
Oh yeah, Tensoon attacks because he's being controlled and says like, "What's going on?" And Tensoon's like, "I'm being controlled."
Yeah,
like
he goes, "Keeper, something is very wrong."
It's like when I'm being controlled by an allomancer.
Yeah, yeah. I can barely keep myself from crushing your throat. Something has control of me. It wants me to kill you.
Yeah, because Sazed ends up like passing out or something.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, because like you're doing a pretty good job. I'm sorry. And then the first goes. Then it has come. Haddock.
Yeah. The resolution has come.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so then a bunch of them take out their spikes.
Yep.
It shows like Tensoon takes out his, and then Sazed blacks out.
Yeah. Yeah, because Tensoon's like still biting down, but then like reaches around and pulls the spike out.
Yeah.
While sort of like still being controlled and whatnot.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. And it
so then all the Khandra are Mistwraiths.
So they just become Mistwraiths again.
Yeah.
Yep. It's crazy. Because like presumably you could just like put them back in.
Right.
Now that like Sazed's God.
Right, now that like Ruin's not gonna.
Yeah, so you could presumably just like put them back in.
Yeah.
And they'd be fine, but then it's like we probably don't want to go around making more of them because that would require killing people.
Yeah, right.
Anyway, but yeah, that's the end of the chapter.
Yep.
The resolution happens and the Khandra pull their spikes out.
Yep.
Most of them anyway.
Yep, most of them.
Yeah. And then chapter 80, we're getting close to the end now.
The Khandra people always said they were of preservation, while the Kolas and Inquisitors were of ruin. Yet the Khandra bore hemalurgic spikes like the others. Was their claim then simple delusion? No, I think not. They were created by the Lord Ruler to be spies. When they said such things, most of us interpreted that as meaning he planned to use them as spies in his new government because of their ability to imitate other people. Indeed, they were used for this purpose. But I see something much more grand in their existence. They were the Lord Ruler's double agents, planted with hemalurgic spikes, yet trusted, taught, bound to pull them free when Ruin tried to seize them. In Ruin's moment of triumph, when he always assumed the Khandra would be his on a whim, the vast majority of them immediately switched sides and left him unable to seize his prize. They were of preservation all along.
Yeah, because that is something that I had said. It's like, but they're not really of preservation because they're made with hemalurgy. And then it's like, I had an answer for that. Yeah, and that's the thing. He's like, the thing is that Sanderson does have like an answer for like basically everything.
Yeah.
Which makes these books very satisfying to read.
Yeah.
You know, it's one of those things where it's like, even though there's like these issues from like, feel weird about like the Lord Ruler and stuff, from like a very much like a technical writing perspective, it's so satisfying a lot of the time because he does so much like planning. It like really like
it comes together so well.
Together so well, and like watching him talk about like how he like plans it out to like make it come together and stuff. It's just it's well crafted. Yeah.
Absolutely.
All right. And then Terrasmoon did a good job here, my lord, Demu said.
Yeah, we're back with Elend.
Yep, back with Elend. Going through, like, we're in the terrace settlement.
Yep.
We're all set up here, and he's like, The Mistfall. Although I don't know that he says it, like, right now.
Yep. Yeah, first there's a bit of, like, Demu being like,
Oh, yeah, like, what happened with, like, Luthadel and
Right.
stuff. Like, what they found whenever they were, like, sent back to Luthadel.
yeah, and he's like, Penrod, my lord, they say he went mad. He began finding traitors in the nobility in his own army. He divided the city, and then, like, caused a house war and all of that.
And it's like a house war. That's the same thing that we did
Yeah.
to, like, overthrow the Lord Ruler.
Yep.
Using our own tactics against us.
Yep. And then Demu's like, you were right to send me and my men away. The survivor is behind this, my lord. He wanted us here for some reason. Mm-hmm. What makes you say that? These people, they fled Luthadel because of Kelsier. He appeared to a pair of soldiers, then a group of people. They say he told them to be ready for disaster and to lead the people out of the city. Mm-hmm. It's because of them that so many escaped.
Yeah. And it's like, what the fuck?
Yep. And then he has those people who saw him come and tell him what they saw.
Yep.
And everything.
And he's like, well, all right. I mean, like, I trust them, I guess, but you know, they're not exactly my best soldiers. That's why I left them.
And then he's like, oh, try and see if you can burn any of these metals, because we need more allomancers and the mist and all that.
Yep, and they're like, oh, no, not really getting anything.
Yeah.
But it's because they're not using any, they're trying all the normal metals.
Yep. Yeah,
but they're not being able to burn any of those, but it's because they're all ATM.
Yep.
But we'll find that out later.
Yep.
Yep.
Then we're back with Sazed.
Mm-hmm. He's waking back up. And seeing there's still some Khandra left alive.
Yep. Yep. First he's like, well, what are all these, like, he sees, like, all the mist wraiths around
just
him.
kind
Just,
of
like, shambling about.
Yep. Just so wild because they have, like, people bodies.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's like I imagine they must be like weird zombies almost.
Yeah.
Just kind of like shambling about in these like human bodies.
Yep.
You know, or like humanoid bodies made of like
right.
You know, gems and stones and wood and things like that.
They like, yeah, I don't know.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if they're just kind of like,
I think they're probably like kind of blobs with just the human bones in like vague like.
Well, but like whenever they were like as Mistwraith scavengers, they would like use them structurally for things. So I imagine that they're just kind of like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Walking around maybe on all fours.
Yeah, so I was thinking kind of like.
It's kind of yeah.
Yeah. But so then he comes across he's like, oh, like at the ATM, I have to like protect the ATM or whatever. Mm-hmm. They did all of this to like keep it from ruin, and then he sees Kampar directing Khandra to take ATM out of there and stuff. Mm-hmm. And so he's like, Sazed had to stop him, but it was 20 against 1, with Sazed having only one small metal mind. It wasn't good odds. Then Sazed noticed something in the corner, a simple cloth sack, and so it's his sack with all of his metal mines.
Yep. And he runs over and grabs it.
Yep.
He uses the speed from the lock to get over there and grab, like, a couple of them and then run out.
Yep.
And he, like, becomes just, like, a weight.
Yeah, but just holds the door shut.
Mm-hmm.
He just holds it shut.
Yep, he just, like, strength and weight and just... he became a doorstop.
Yep, and then he goes, please, he whispered, I'm gonna need help.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then, like, Ellen then goes back to Ellen, and he's talking to Demu and stuff like that. And, like, they're like saying like, no, like it was Kelsier, it was the survivor or whatever. And in the background, Ellen's hearing Ellen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. One thing I'm kind of thinking about, because I think this was from like a sociology class that I took, talking about like it was some like you know, sociological study on like I don't remember where this group of people would have been if they were in like Africa or some other like part of the world. And the sort of the belief in like it's like this story. This might have been like an actual. I think it was like a real like thing where it's like a guy, he's sitting under this like wooden structure and it like collapses on top of him and kills him. And they're like, yeah, no, that was like fate essentially, or whatever term it was that they had. And it was like, well, no, it was like, you know, there was like termites on it and they ate away at it and that's what caused it to fall. And they're like, yeah, we know, but the reason why it fell then, the reason why the termite stuff caused it to fall then while he was under it as opposed to some other time was because of, you know, fate karma, whatever the term was. I don't think it was karma, because I don't think that was, like, the system that was inverse, like, you know. And it's like, no, it happened then. Like, we know the, like, physical reason why it happened, but it happened then with him under it because of this, like, supernatural sort of explanation. And that kind of, like, Sazed sort of, like, thing. It's like, no, I know that, like, logically, like, how the world works and stuff, but, like, you know, it's like, is it just random chance, or is it divine sort of providence? You know, I'm choosing to believe it's divine providence rather than just sort of, like, it's like, oh, you know, it was going to collapse at some point, but the fact that it collapsed now is, you know. Yeah, kind of reminding me. Yeah. Yes. But what was calling Ellen or whatever?
Vin.
Yeah.
Like, throughout this conversation, like, about Kelsey, like, with these soldiers and stuff, he's hearing, like, Ellen. And then, it's just like, Ellen cursed quietly. Ellen. He frowned. Why did he keep hearing his name on the wind?
Yep.
He tried to ignore it, turning back to Damu. Yet there it was in his heart. Come, it seemed like Vin's voice. Gather an honor guard. And so when he starts following her voice to the... to the Condor homeland. And to go find Sazed. Yep. Yeah, so they find all of that, and Sazed's like, where is he? Yeah, he's like, do not let them escape. And he's like, that's either Sazed or a condor who eats bones. And he's like, I think it's Sazed.
I imagine probably Sazed. Yeah. And is that the end? He gets to Sazed, and it's like, what is this place?
Yep, and then he realizes the ATM there, and he's like, great, it's worthless, I need food.
Yeah. It's like, fuck, all this, they finally found the ATM, but it's not worth anything. Yep. But...
And they're mainly excited for the storage capability and the safety for people.
We can fit all the people in here. Yep.
So...
Yep, and that's the end of chapter 80. And now it's 81 and another giant-ass epigraph.
Do you want to talk about the, like, allomancy, like, stuff? Go, like, into that in the Secret History video?
Yeah, we can do that. Instead of, like, in this one. Yeah. Sounds good. Yeah. Do you want light?
Either way, it's fine.
Okay.
Snapping has always been the dark side of allomancy. A person's genetic endowment may make them a potential allomancer, but in order for the power to manifest, the body must be put through extraordinary trauma. Though Alan spoke of how terrible his beating was, during our day, unlocking allomancy in a person was easier than it had once been, for we had the infusion of preservation's power into the human bloodlines via the nuggets granted to the nobility by the Lord Ruler. When Preservation set up the Mists, he was afraid of Ruin escaping his prison. In those early days before the Ascension, the Mists began to snap people as they did during our time, but this action of the Mists was one of the only ways to awaken allomancy in a person. For the genetic attributes were buried too deeply to be brought out by simple beating. The Mists of that day created Mistings alone. There were no Mistborn until the Lord Ruler made use of those nuggets. The people misinterpreted the Mist's intent as the process of snapping allomancers caused some, particularly the young and the old, to die. This hadn't been Preservation's desire, but he'd given up most of his consciousness to form Ruin's prison, and the Mists had to be left to work as best they could without specific direction. Ruin, subtle as ever, knew that he couldn't stop the Mists from doing their work. However, he could do the unexpected and encourage them, so he helped make them stronger. That brought death to the plants of the world and created the threat that became known as the Deepness.
Can I see that again?
Yep.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, because like I wanted to reread that last little bit because it just like didn't stick in my brain properly when you read it. But yeah, because I'm like, how does the Deepness make sense? But like, it's like he did the unexpected and encouraged the Mist to make them worse to cause the Deepness, and then afterwards the Mists were like sort of normal again.
Yep. And then when he escaped, it like started
snapping people again, and that caused issues. Yep. All right, 81. Vin again.
Yep. Vin is excited that she got Ellen to...
to the right spot
Yep.
and to the ATM and whatnot.
And Ruin's like, oh, you think you're so...
You think you're so cool.
Yeah. You got one person to do something.
Mm-hmm. I'm out here fucking controlling Koloss and
Yep.
shit.
Yep.
In fact, here's all these Koloss.
Exactly. Yeah. And then she could feel the sun and knew the planet was far too near it to be safe, yet she could do nothing more. Not only would Ruin have stopped her, but she didn't understand her power yet. She felt as the Lord Ruler must have, almighty yet clumsy. If she tried to move the world, she would just make things worse. But yeah, it's just...
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And then, you think you've won? Why? Because you managed to stop a few Khandra? They were always the weakest of the minions the Lord Ruler created for me. And then he's like, bringing in the Koloss.
Mm-hmm. Bring in the Koloss. It's time for destruction.
Yeah. Have you counted the Koloss in my army, Vin? I've made them from your people, you know. I've gathered hundreds of thousands.
Yeah.
And each one of those is 5 people.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, if you think about it that way.
Mm-hmm. That's a lot. Mm-hmm. 500s of thousands.
Right. This is the force I could have thrown at you at any time. Most of them kept to the outer dominances, but I've been bringing them in and stuff.
Right, because he was still looking for the ATM and whatnot. It's like, I could have thrown this at you at any time, but I had to wait and try and find the ATM.
Yep.
But now he's found it, so it's time to you know.
Yeah. On top of that was the sun and its destructive heat, the death of the world's crops, the tainting of the water, the land with several feet of ash, and the lava flows, which she had halted, were beginning again. Her plugging of the ash mounts having only provided temporary solution, even a bad one. And then there's these cracks and lava coming up from the earth.
It's Attack on Titan time. Time for a bunch of, you know, unstoppable killing giants
Yeah.
to come ruin everything.
Yeah. And she's like, we're so far behind. Ruin had centuries to plan this.
Mm-hmm.
When we thought we were being clever, we fell for his plots. What good is it to sequester my people beneath the ground if they're just going to starve?
Mm-hmm.
And so then going back to opposition and balance, you learn to hate it, I suspect, though preservation never could.
Mm-hmm.
And here's where she threw herself against Ruin for the first time.
Gotcha, yeah, to try and, like, destroy him.
Yeah. Yeah, she wasn't certain how she did it. She threw herself at Ruin, forcing her power up against its power. There was a friction between them, a clash of energy. It tormented her divine body. Ruin cried out, and mixing with Ruin, she knew its mind. And he was surprised that she could even attack as preservation.
Right, because it so, like, goes against preservation's whole deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, and she does it a couple times.
Yep. Yeah.
Tries throwing herself, but it doesn't, like, quite work because it would, like, destroy the both of them.
Yep. And then we go back to Elend, and he's like, so this is the body of a god? With the ATM and stuff. And it's like, he can't help but come for it. Like, Ruin can't help but come for the ATM.
Mm-hmm.
And all that.
Mm-hmm.
And Sazed is convinced that Vin will show up.
Yep. She'll come and she'll save us.
And yeah, here's where they realize that they haven't been able to burn any of the other metals or whatever that Elend said.
Yep.
And so then Ellen's like, do you have any other options? Like, to then just like doing nothing. Mm-hmm. Or like delaying or whatever.
Yeah.
And it's like, I was hoping you'd have some, my lord. None here. Then we die.
Yep.
And Ellen's like, what about faith, Damu? I believe in the survivor, my lord, but, well, our outlook is bleak as best. I felt like a man waiting his turn before the headsman ever since we spotted those Koloss. Maybe the survivor doesn't want us to succeed here. Eventually, death must come dwell.
Yep. But then it's like, wait a second, the ATM.
Yep. Yeah, then he thinks about the ATM and asks Damu to try eating the ATM, and it works.
It works.
And he has a whole bunch of ATM mistings.
Yep, it's like
200.
Yep, so many ATM mistings and a whole bunch of ATM.
Yep.
This is the perfect combination.
Yep. And so, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They set up a thing to, like, block all the entrances to stop them from getting to the ATM, and then they just start...
gobbling down ATM, which is funny.
Yeah, so then we were back with Vin, and she keeps throwing herself against Ruin and stuff. And it's like...
Not getting anywhere with that. But it's like, there's gotta be some answer to all this.
Yeah. And then we have Ellen's, like, speech. Like, she listens to Ellen's speech.
Yeah, where he's like, we're not gonna survive this, but we can at least die fighting.
Yeah, basically. And he's like, and I'm not gonna, like,
I'm not gonna sugarcoat this for you.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna tell you to be happy about it.
Yep. But we gotta just throw ourselves at it with all we got. And it's fucking ATM super soldier time.
Yup. Yeah. And so then she sees him fighting or whatever, like from her perspective. And then we go to Elend as he's fighting with ATM and stuff.
Yep, just like and everyone's fighting with ATM. They're all just like dodging attacks and killing Kolos and just going on and on and on.
Yep, and then just basically going out and fighting with ATM, running
going
back,
getting more ATM, going back out, just like
in cycles. Mm-hmm. And her like telling Ruin like why other reasons why to have life and create things.
Right, yeah, to watch it grow.
Right.
It's like there's reasons to create things other than to destroy them, but to watch them grow and see what they become.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then back to Sazed as he's expecting like Vin to get there.
Yeah,
and then
she's gonna just show up. She's gonna show up. She's gonna show up.
Back to Ellen, same thing. He's doing...
Yep, more fighting, more cool action, more of that.
And these are cool... This is like a cool, very cool chapter. And, And I re-listened to it partially for this chapter.
Yeah.
Actually. Yeah. There's a lot of this bit that I like, but this was one of the big reasons I wanted to listen to it.
Yep, the body of a god burning within me. Yep, and he's just going to town, just stabbing, killing Kolos, going absolutely crazy. But then, like, Marsh shows up with ATM as well.
Yep.
And so they gotta, like, fight normal style.
Yep. We have a brief view of Human as he, like, as he goes to find the ATM or whatever. Because he breaks in and is like, I'm supposed to get here. And that's it.
Yep. Yeah. And we just have, like, a brief... Human perspective. So I was like, human?
Yeah.
In one of the previous... It must have been in one of the previous epigraphs.
Yeah, it's like says that he has like a small part to play or whatever.
Yeah, and I just don't know what that was supposed to be exactly.
Yeah, and so then... Oh yeah, then Marsh like taunts Ellen and is like, you cannot beat me. We've killed your wife. I will kill you. Yeah. Vin. Ellen didn't believe it. Vin will come. She'll save us.
Yeah, and it's also like... It's like, you didn't kill her. She just like... She ascended to godhood.
Yep.
That's, like, not exactly the opposite of killing her, but that's really not killing her.
Right.
She's not exactly alive in the traditional sense, but you didn't kill her.
Right.
Yeah. It's like, Vin will come, she'll come and save us. And, well, she does, you know, sort of make a divine appearance.
Yeah. Yeah, and so, because he runs out of metals completely.
Yep, and then she, like...
Yeah, she just, like, basically...
Pours herself into him.
Yeah. It's basically like when she pulled on the mist, like as a human, basically.
Yep, but now he's like pulling on like her power.
Right.
And she's like kind of giving it to him.
Yeah, with her as preservation, that's basically the same, like,
right.
The mist is,
And she kind of like appears almost like as like an angel in the sky.
So in, for a moment he was embraced by something greater. He looked up towards the sun and he saw, just briefly, an enormous figure in the air above him. And, Vin, a shifting, brilliant personage of pure white. Her hands held to his shoulders with her head thrown back, white hair streaming, mist flaring behind her like wings that stretched across the sky.
Yep. She makes sort of like a divine appearance to him and, like, gives him this power, and he's, like, burning metals without having any, essentially.
Yeah, and then he burned Duralaman with his ATM. So he Duralaman... Like, yeah. Yeah,
and I don't fully understand this section.
Right. Yeah. Then Elend burned Duralaman with his ATM. Sight, sound, strength, power, glory, speed. Blue lines sprayed from his chest like rays of light. But those were all overshadowed by one thing. ATM plus Duralaman. In a flash of knowledge, Elend felt a mind-numbing wealth of information. All became white around him as knowledge saturated his mind. I see now. The battlefield returned. And then they killed each other at the same time. Yeah. Or, well... No, he was killed, but Marsh had like, an axe in him.
Yeah, it's like, Marsh put the axe in him. Yeah. And then he's like... Yeah, because, like, Marsh fully doesn't die here. He doesn't get killed by Elend at all. Not even, like, slightly.
No, he just has a blade, like, in him.
Yeah. Yeah, I kind of wonder, about that. But... Yeah, because the thing was, like, I remember reading this and being like, he's got, like, the axe in him, and I'm like, oh no, But, like, I mean, he could still maybe make it out of this, right? And then he fully gets his head cut off.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, nope, well, there goes Elend. And I was very sad.
Yep. Yeah, it was very sad.
Mm-hmm. And then Vin's like, well, there goes my reason to live. Time to throw myself fully at ruin.
Yeah. Yeah, first there's a, like, it's like, you have lost, like, our Kolos rampage inside the Khandra caverns. Your medals are gone. You have lost. Lost? Ellen whispered. We've won, Marsh.
Mm-hmm.
And then Human realizes that the pit is empty.
Yep, that all the ATM's
I think
gone.
that's his tiny part.
Yeah, but that's...
Is him telling Ruin that there's no ATM left.
Gotcha. I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because he can't see in there. So
Right. He wouldn't know otherwise. Yeah, I guess so.
Because I was trying to figure out what it was, too. I'm, like, since we get back in his perspective for, like, a paragraph.
Yeah, for, like, a tiny little paragraph.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then he's like, no! And he's real upset about it. See, and that's the thing. I mean, we did need it for this last thing, but it's like, all the way back to the Lord Ruler, knower of anime, he should have just been burning all the ATM. Could, like, if he had just been sitting there burning
Yeah.
Ruin wouldn't have had it. He should have just stayed at home and watched anime through the power of Duralumin ATM.
It all comes back to Lord Ruler, knower of anime. He should have just...
Yep. Lord Ruler should have just stayed home and watched anime. Would have prevented all of this. It all goes back.
Yeah.
Yep.
I like this little bit of, like, Ellen kind of taunting Marsh. Mm-hmm. ATM. Where's the ATM, Marsh? Where do you think we got the power to fight? You came for that ATM. Well, it's gone.
Yep. Burned it all up. We used it all.
Yeah. You think my men and I expected to kill all those Kolos? There are tens of thousands of them. That wasn't the point at all. Ruin's body is gone.
Yep. Because the thing, if you just burned it as soon as he, like, got it, essentially, instead of, like, keeping it all in the one place, it would have just, like, kept cycling back into the pits, but it also would have just, like... Just keep doing it, and so it's just like just keep it
just
kind of like gone. Keep it too like dispersed out or whatever.
Every like because I feel like it would end up being almost like on a cycle, like at a certain point, because like it takes a while for it to go. But if it's not
like
all
as soon
destroyed,
as it starts coming back again, you just immediately it's like, and then I burn it, and then another, and then I burn it, and just like burning it's like as it's reappearing, and just perpetually keep the cycle kind of emptying. Yeah.
Yep. We burned it all away, the others and I. You can kill me, but you'll never get what you came for. And then that's when he cut his head off.
Yep. And I was like, no. And then Vin's like, well, being both ruin and preservation, the important thing is that, like, can destroy in order to protect and preserve. Yeah. And that's why you need, like, both, but, like, more... preservation, and she completely throws herself at ruin, and because they are equal and opposite, they cancel each other out and essentially annihilate each other.
Yep.
Matter and antimatter, just...
Yeah. I like this little bit of, like, kind of her thinking, like, I let him go a long time ago, and then,
Yeah, back when... I had to let him go in book 2 when I had to take the power of the well. I let him go a long time ago. Yeah. And it's so sad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She felt peace, and then she could,
and then she
protect everyone else.
Yep.
Yeah. Because it's not even really out of anger.
No.
Like, it was just, like, that was her, like, last...
thing that she was holding on to.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
But
yeah. And so she annihilates Ruin.
Yeah.
And is there anything else in this chapter? Or does it kind of end with that?
Yeah, it ends with them.
Yep, you created the thing that will kill you, Ruin, Vin said.
Yep.
Yep. You just made one huge final mistake.
You shouldn't have killed Elend.
You shouldn't have killed Elend. You see, he was the only reason I had left to live. Yep.
Yeah.
And their two minds puffed away like mist under a hot sun.
Yep.
And that's the end of 81. Chapter 82, the last chapter before the epilogue.
Yeah. Once Finn died, the end came quickly. We were not prepared for it, but all of the Lord Ruler's planning could not have prepared us for this. How did one prepare for the end of the world itself?
Mm-hmm.
And then we're back with Sazed, as he's, like, just like watching the fight and like the Koloss rampaging and stuff, and just being like, she'll come, like
She'll come.
yeah,
She'll definitely come. She'll show up.
yeah.
Yep, and then...
And then outside a figure appeared, forming from the mist, then slumped down amongst the bodies next to Ellen's corpse. It was immediately followed by a second figure, which also fell motionless.
Yep, and that's Vin and whatever the fuck Ruin was.
Yeah.
Some redhead. See, I had said in the previous episode that I was surprised that Preservation wasn't a woman because of, like... haha opposites.
Yeah.
But then it did end up happening because Vin became Preservation. So it did become like man and woman.
Yeah.
You know? But she was, more than just Preservation.
Yeah, and then he's upset about everything.
Yeah.
You know?
Understandably.
Which, yeah. And so then he realizes that like Vin's body and the other body are like kind of like
leaking like mist and smoke or whatever. Yep. And he takes them into his body.
Yep. Yeah, he reached out and touched the mist and felt an awesome power. A power of stability. To the other side, the other corpse, the one he didn't recognize, was also leaking something. An inky black smoke. Sazed reached out with his other hand, touching the smoke, and felt a different power, more violent, the power of change.
So it's change and stability. Which, I like change and stability more than, like, ruin and preservation.
Yeah.
Like, to me, that makes it more sense as to, like, how you can get, like, creation from change and stability, you know? Because it's, like, stable change.
Yeah.
It's, like, growth.
Yeah.
You know? Because you asked me outside of the podcast, now that ruin and preservation are, like, together in Sazed. What does that sort of become?
Yep.
And I had a whole thing, because I had some, like, notes from before about, like, coming at things from a Kabbalistic perspective and trying to understand maybe what the deal with ruin and preservation is. And there's a certain way that you can look at it, although it doesn't exactly make sense. It doesn't line up quite exactly. Let me see if I can find these notes again. Yeah, here we are. So, you have Chesed, which is kindness, absolute divine love, and Gevura, severity, absolute divine judgment, the original side of evil. And when the two are united, you get Tiferet, beauty, symmetry / balance between Chesed and Gevura in compassion. So you could maybe see, like, Sazed, when he takes the two of them together, combined together in compassion, you get beauty, Tiferet, and he restores the world to what it was before, to the beauty of what it once was.
Yeah.
And so, like, you could maybe make that kind of reading of it, like, kindness and severity aren't quite the same as preservation and ruin, as stability and change, but it's just sort of, like, the best that I got. If we're looking at it from, like, this Kabbalistic perspective, as, like, these being, like, sort of the different aspects of God kind of in conflict and out of balance with each other, which is a very sort of Kabbalistic idea.
Yeah.
So that was something that we talked about. But yeah, he gets these powers.
Yep.
And he's, like, on his arms are his metal mines, which contain all the information from all these religions.
Yep.
And it was, the hero of ages will bear the something of the world, not in his hands, not on his shoulders, but on his arms. And the knowledge contained within these religions, knowledge of the stars, like exact mapping of the stars that lets him know exactly where to place the world in its orbit to be at, like, a proper safe distance. Knowledge of, like, plants and flowers from all these, he had gone about collecting all this religious knowledge, and it's like, he'd been focused on, like the capital T truth of it, but, like, the smaller truths that were held within it was really important. The knowledge that was passed on by these religions. And I do like that. I did get, like, emotional, listening to that part where it's like, religion, it's not about, like, because to me it's like, the faith aspect of the religions is the least compelling part of it to me. It's the fact that, like, there is this truth, this knowledge that gets passed on. Religion is a way that we try and sort of, like, pass on truth and knowledge to the next generation, but it also can be used in the exact opposite form of that.
Right.
You know, but it's like the things that were preserved, you know, it was, and also it's like, it was worth it. In the end, all this time, him, like, all this stuff that he had been doing, it had been worth it.
Yeah.
So that he could have the knowledge necessary to recreate the world as it was before, which is just, you know.
Yeah. I love all that.
Mm-hmm. And he's like, oh no, I'm the hero of ages.
Yeah, and he has one, like, there had been people who had known as the Kazi who worshipped human death, and they provided notes on, like...
On the body, and so he can return the bodies back to how they were pre-Lord Ruler, meddling with it and all that sort of stuff.
Yep.
Yeah. And it's all, like... I'm like, I was not expecting Sazed to be the one. Yeah. But it's this whole thing, because like this whole time I've been like, unfortunately, I am the hero of ages. I'm like, well, that's got to be like Vin, right?
Yeah.
But then it's like, it seems like this is Sazed. It seems like this is Sazed the whole time. So like, I guess he could be the hero of ages. Like I remember saying that one point, like, I guess Sazed could turn out to be the hero of ages. Yep. And then he is. And they used the gender-neutral pronoun because he's a eunuch. Yep. And it's just like...
that was a little... The rest of them worked so well. It just doesn't...
It's just like, you know, someone who's not quite a man or woman, and I'm like... I mean, I'm down with non-binary Sazed, but it's just like...
I'll take it, I guess, but
it's just
a
like...
bit...
But he was always he. He was never, like, you know... Yeah, and so it's just like, okay, it's a little, you know, but
I think it's a bit 08 Christian of him.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
Or like 08 Mormon, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and also even like it's also very Mormon because he becomes God. Yeah, he becomes God of his own world.
Yeah. That's
which is a big Mormon thing, you know. Yeah. I have friends in my group chat. Hey, Blake and Emily. Sorry that I blanked on your name so much there. I don't think that you guys watch this podcast at all, but you should. And if you do, I think I remember one of you, I think like Blake one time being like, yeah, the Mormon really jumps out sometimes.
Yeah.
Every now and then you're reading and you're like, oh yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely.
He's very Mormon. And it's like, Yep, I see it. I see it sometimes. Yeah. Y'all should listen to the podcast. You'll have already been listening to the podcast if you're actually hearing this. Here, yeah. But if y'all want to know what my thoughts are about Mistborn, you're going to get it from the podcast because I am bad about not actually talking to you.
I think we spend like a few hours maybe talking about Mistborn on the podcast.
I think
maybe a couple.
I think a couple. Mostly we go on tangents.
Mostly we talk about One Piece.
But we do occasionally... We haven't
talked about One Piece this whole time, so like...
We really haven't. We really haven't. We've just like we got to slip it in there now, just to remind you that we are still who we say we are.
Of course.
But yeah.
You might have thought we were imposters.
Right. We weren't talking about One Piece. But yes, he becomes God and he recreates the world as it was. Yep. And I was just like, I was not ready for that, but but everything gets so destroyed. I'm like, how are we gonna pull this back around? Yep. And that's how,
because it's completely remade.
It's completely remade. Yeah.
Yeah, it really is a full like apocalypse. Mm-hmm. You know.
Yep, it's true, and it's at the end of.
Yeah, we were talking about like the whole like the first line. I'm unfortunately the hero of ages.
Yes. Yeah.
And I need to complain about the. Poor Nerdy and Clarus got this book spoiled by their chat because the chat told them don't listen to the audiobook
because it's spoilers.
And I think they specifically said like the epigraphs or something were spoilers that like and so then immediately when he started reading it, like when both of them started reading it and it's written in like kind of Sazed's method of speech, they were already looking for it. Yeah. So they immediately were like, oh, Sazed's the hero of ages, and went through the entire book knowing.
Well, for me, I was like, even though I'm listening to the audiobook and it does sound like, I didn't even think this sounds like Sazed until like a while into the audiobook, you know, and I'm just like, how does that sort of like make sense? And it just sort of becomes this like...
It's a mystery.
It becomes a mystery, but for them, because they were told this is a spoiler...
Right. They were immediately like, oh, he's the hero of age, and like going through it as basically a second read with knowing... Like, I'm like, how did you guys fuck up this bad in trying to get him to avoid spoilers? Yeah. That you so, like...
Yeah, because you were completely, like, avoiding, like, drawing attention to it and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, 'cause
I tried to make zero, like...
So, like, allusions to it and stuff, you know?
Yep. And, like, I would mention wanting to talk about this specifically, but I would wait 10 or 15 minutes after we would talk about the epigraphs or something, like, related before I would mention it.
Yep. It's crazy.
Yeah. But yeah, and like I think Nerdy was a bit annoyed too. Like if you wouldn't have told me, I probably wouldn't have known. Like
right.
you guys, I think you guys actually did a bad job with this one.
Yeah, it's tough sometimes dealing with like a chat and things like that. You know,
and they have like specific people for like they have like mods for like the Cosmere and stuff. Those they just really messed up there. Like I don't know what they did.
Yeah, it's just like sometimes...
Because it like, came from their mods, and I'm like...
Oh, that's...
Exactly. Like, it came from the person that's, like, trying to lead them through the series.
That's rough. It's like, no, like, some things are only spoilers once you know.
Once you know, yeah.
Like, you know...
And also, if you do get it from that, then that's the point. Like, it is written in Sazed's, like, the way he speaks, like, like I think, and stuff in there.
Oh, yeah, it sounds like Sazed even without, like, the voice. It's just like, you know, Vin doesn't talk like this.
Yeah, you're supposed to be, like, kind of, who is this written by? Maybe it sounds like Sazed, maybe Sazed's... You thought maybe Sazed's writing for someone else, maybe, you know, like...
Yep. Yeah, it's truly just one of those things where it's...
But I'd been wanting to mention it for ages because it annoyed me when that happened.
because you talked about with the most recent Stormlight book or whatever, or like he like came out with like some like shorter book, some shorter thing.
Yeah.
And he was like, read this before, and people were like, it spoils or whatever.
Yeah, like read Sunlit Men before Wind and Truth. And some people like after Wind and Truth have come out have been like, no, Brandon's wrong. You should read Wind and Truth before Sunlit Man. No. They're wrong. Read it. Like
yeah, it's just one of those...
I mean, it doesn't matter. You can read it
you can
either
read it
place.
Whenever. But it's just like one of those things where it's like, okay, you're either going to get the information here, or you're going to get the information there. And if you read Wind and Truth first, I mean, I don't know anything about this, but it's like you will get that information and then go into Sunlit Man knowing the information.
Yeah.
And if you read Sunlit Man first, you'll get that information and go into Wind of Truth knowing that information. Either way, it's going to be...
It creates way, way, way more tension to read Sunlit Man
and then Wind and Truth.
Wind and Truth. It just takes a lot of... It takes mystery out of Wind and Truth and Sunlit Man to read. Just
yeah.
Like, it's not bad to read it. You can, but, like, it's just... It makes sense why he wants you... Like, why he said to read it that way. Like, it made the chapters, like, involved at all so tense for me.
Right.
Like, I was, like...
And hearing him in his lecture series, like, he talks about, like, if there's, like, a twist that people are, like, everyone's figuring it out, just, like, lean into it and make it tension. That, like, the audience knows and the characters don't, and that leads to, like, tension rather than it being a mystery. But people are so...
And that's just as compelling a lot of times.
People are so spoiler-brained that they're like, everything has to be a twist or a mystery.
Yeah, otherwise it's spoiled.
Otherwise it's spoiled. And it's like, no, this is going for something different. It's letting you know something that the characters don't, so that you have tension. That you have dramatic irony.
Exactly.
You know?
It's full.
That's the point, you know? And sometimes...
Good dramatic irony, it's so good. Like, bad dramatic irony can be, like, really frustrating and annoying.
Yeah,
but when it's done well, it's one of my favorites.
Yep, and so it's just like, it's so wild. The idea that, like, someone, like, pointed that out to them, I'm just like, because I was listening to the audiobook the whole time, and I was not, like...
Because I was a little bit worried, because you got the Terrace accent in the first book immediately. I was, like... I was a little bit worried, but I'm like, I'm gonna stick. Just gonna stick. And like, I'm not gonna mention anything. Like, I think it'll be fine. And
because if it because it's like, I don't know. It's just like if sometimes saying that there's spoilers is more spoilers than
anything.
Yeah. You know, it's just like...
Sometimes it makes you, like, remember something more than if it's just, like, you kind of hear something offhand and, like, your brain just kind of forgets it.
Because you're coming at this with, like, the hindsight of, like, seeing how it all fits together, and so it all feels obvious. You know, it's like you're saying, it's like, oh, looking back, we should have seen, like...
exactly.
With the mist and stuff, it's like, how the fuck would you have known that, though? You know? And it's, You have the benefit of hindsight. This other person doesn't. doesn't. And so it's like, did you know? Like, when you were listening to the audiobook for the first time, did it, like, make it obvious to you? And if it did, like, maybe it won't to them. Like, some people predict things, some people don't. And he says, I don't want to twist it like no one predicts. I just want, like, you know, some people will get it, and but most people won't, and that's better. And so, like, you know, the fact that I could, like, guess that, like, oh, earrings important, that's definitely hemalurgy. The ATM, it seems like they're implying that the ATM is somehow the body.
I didn't get, like, any of the trust stuff, or the ATM being there. I didn't get any of that.
Yeah, no, it's like, I was, for me it's like...
When I read it.
Yeah, it's like, oh, I've hidden it well, and I'm like, oh, it's the trust.
Yeah.
Because it's like, the Khandra serve him, and, like, it's got to be something important, and it's called the trust. What did he trust them with, you know? I
think because I read it, like, so fast and stuff, like, I didn't, like, sit on, like, the trust. Like, I didn't... It wasn't something that, like, I spent a lot of time focusing on.
Yeah, because, like, doing the podcast, I sort of, like, spend more time on these bits because we're, like, going over them and stuff, you know?
Yeah, because I never even really, like, I didn't think too much. It was just, like... Oh, the trust, I don't know, there's something there, what, okay, well, when I'm in a new place, oh, and I'm back, and, like, what, and I have completely forgotten that there's anything there.
Yep, but that's the last chapter, and then the epilogue, right?
Yep.
Do we have anything else we want to say in Says It's God chapter here?
I don't think so specifically.
Yeah.
Yep.
I really enjoyed, like, just, like, I was in the fucking grocery store getting emotional about Sazed having I'm in, like, the frozen food aisle just, like, listening to Sazed remake the world. I'm just like, I'm like, I didn't cry. I didn't cry at any point, but I did get, like, emotional there, for sure. But yeah, so that's the end of the chapter. And now the epilogue. I almost said epigraph, but the epilogue, finally. But there is an epigraph for the epilogue. And a big old full-page one.
This is a big old one. Vin was special. Preservation chose her from a very young age. As I have mentioned, I believe he was grooming her to take his power. Yet the mind of Preservation was quite weak at that point, reduced to only a fragment of what we knew as the Mist Spirit. What made him choose this child? Was it because she was a Mistborn? Was it because she had snapped so early in life, coming to her powers as she suffered the pains of an unusually difficult labor her mother went through to bear her?
So wild.
I know, right?
And she's like, no, she snapped at birth.
Yep.
Yeah, crazy.
Vin was unusually talented and strong with allomancy, even from the beginning. I believe that she must have drawn some of the mist into her when she was still a child, in those brief times when she wasn't wearing the earring. Preservation had mostly gotten her to stop wearing it by the time Kelsier recruited her, though she put it back in for a moment before joining the crew. Then she'd left it there at Kelsier's suggestion.
Right.
No one else could draw upon the mists. I have determined this. Why were they open to Vin and not others? I suspect that she couldn't have taken them all in until after she'd touched the power at the Well of Ascension. It was always meant, I believe, to be something of an attuning force, something that, once touched, would adjust a person's body to be able to accept the mists. Yet she did make use of a small crumb of Preservation's power when she defeated the Lord Ruler, more than a year before she began hearing the thumping of the power's return to the well. There's much more to this mystery. Perhaps I will tease it out eventually, as my mind grows more and more accustomed to its expanded nature. Perhaps I will determine why I was able to take the powers myself. For now, I wish to make a simple acknowledgement of the woman who held the power right before me. Of all of us who touched it, I feel she was the most worthy.
Yeah. At least you acknowledge that Vin was more worthy than the Lord Ruler. At least you acknowledge that. But yeah. And then here in the epilogue.
In the epilogue, we get Spook.
We get Spook's
perspective.
Spook is like, I'm fixed.
Yep, he wakes up feeling great. And he's like, what?
I'm great. I'm not a tin savant anymore.
Yep.
Which is not a term that I even had, but Sazed had for me. Here in this book that I'm finding on the ground.
Yeah.
It's to come outside and it's like, the world is different.
Yep.
The sky is blue and the grass is green. What weird colors.
Yep.
And there's flowers.
Yeah.
And then,
Yep. And he, like, kind of walks out, like, well, the other people in his cavern and stuff, they're, like, talking, and then they go to, like, explore and see what is out there. And they come across other cavern people.
Yep. Yep.
Like, all the caverns are kind of near each other. They've, like,
Yeah.
seemingly all been moved.
Moved to be near each other, so
Yeah.
it's like everyone who was like hiding in the caverns all come out
Yep.
next to each other, and like Ham finally gets to be with his wife
Yep.
and kids
Yep.
and stuff, you know, that sort of thing. And then there's like some books or whatever that's like Sazed's notes. It's the epigraphs.
Yeah, they see, like, Vin and Ellen's, like, body and
Right.
stuff. And then the books next to it. Like,
Right.
Sazed's I'm Unfortunately the Hero of Ages, that book, and then some
Yeah.
other, like...
Some other writing.
Yeah, it's like, the book contains a short record of events that led up to the world dying and being reborn, along with some musings I've made about history, philosophy, and science of recent occurrence. If you look to your right, you will find a much larger group of books in the grass. These contain all of the knowledge transcribed verbatim that was contained in my metal mines.
Right. Yep. All the metal mind knowledge, which is great. Love that.
Yeah.
And then it's like here that he's like...
Yeah, here, in his thing here is where he says that the Lord Ruler had, like... he's... I think you'll also be surprised at the number of people who fled to the storage caverns. Rashik planned well for this day. He suffered much beneath Ruin's hands, but he was a good man who ultimately had honorable intentions.
No.
Yeah.
He was a man who at least didn't want literally everyone to die.
Right. So,
like, congratulations, you cleared the lowest bar possible.
Yeah.
I'm glad you're dead.
Yeah.
That's what I would have put.
Yeah.
You know?
Yep.
It's like he planned well for the end of the world,
Yep.
so like at least there's that.
Yep, basically.
Yeah, and then that I feel like that's better than like he was a good man with noble intentions to enslave the whole world and put himself on top and have his fucking, you know.
Yeah.
It just
But yeah.
yeah. Yeah, he was a good man with noble intentions, my ass. Yeah.
Yeah. It's also this Sazed says that he like tried to bring I tried to bring them back, but apparently fixing their bodies doesn't return their souls. I will get better at this with time, I expect. However, be assured that I have spoken with our friends, and they are quite happy where they are. They deserve the rest, I think.
Yeah. Yep, which implies some things.
Yeah.
And then also he like still spooked that he put him back to normal, and that was something that Kelsier asked for, which again implies the existence of an afterlife.
Yeah. I like that. You did well. Know that the message you sent via Captain Gordell saved us all in the end. And then I'm sorry I cannot be there in person to help you, but no, I am around. I have made you a Mistborn and healed the damage you did to your body by flaring tin so much. I hope you don't mind. It was actually Kelsier's request.
Yeah.
Consider it a parting gift from him.
Mm-hmm. Which is wild, and it implies that there's an afterlife, and it also maybe implies that Kelsier was somehow the one talking to him there when he was like, you have to send a message, but I don't know how.
Yeah.
I don't know how that makes sense. What's the afterlife like? I have so many questions. What is the afterlife like in Cosmere?
Yeah.
I simply must know. Yeah. Yeah, and then I think, what's her name?
Yeah, Beldre?
Beldre. I can never remember her name. Beldre. It's like, is everything alright?
Yeah. And he's like, I think everything's actually gonna be good.
Yep, I think things
For
are
once.
actually gonna be good finally.
Yeah. And
that's the end.
Yeah.
That is the end of the Mistborn Era 1.
Mistborn Era 1.
Yep.
Yeah.
And we were gonna do like talking about the magic and stuff, but
Yeah.
we're gonna do.
Yeah, I think we'll save it for when we're gonna do Secret History.
Yep. Since we're already like this one's so long.
Yeah. We're already at like 4.5 hours.
Yep.
And
once we truncate the silence, it'll be shorter, but it's not getting under 4 hours.
no.
I don't think.
No.
So this will be a long one.
Very, very long. I think it's our longest.
It might be our longest, but this is the end of the series.
Yeah.
The first series anyway.
Yeah,
so it makes sense.
It deserves a little extra.
A little extra. Yeah, I hope that you've enjoyed our little series on Mistborn Era 1. I've certainly enjoyed it.
It's been a lot of fun.
It's been a lot of fun, and like, you know, at first we were getting like, you know, maybe like 20-ish views if we were lucky, and now we're getting like a few more.
Yeah.
And we love to see your comments and stuff.
It's always our favorite.
We love to see comments. If you've been here with us watching, be sure to leave a comment and just be like, hey. Yeah. I don't know.
What's up?
What's up, you know? Tell us what you think about the Lord Ruler and whether or not he was just an okay guy, you know?
Just an alright dude.
Just an alright dude, you know? Really, people are too harsh on the Lord Ruler. I mean, he only enslaved all of humanity and created a system where, you know, people were systematically, like, raped and killed and you know, like, both for the Scot and for the terrorists. Right. Just, you know, just a real swell guy. He didn't destroy literally all of humanity, so I guess he was a good guy. Fucking kill me. I, like, just... Absolutely not. Yeah. But otherwise, really enjoyed it. Yeah. Like, I really enjoyed it. That's, like, the one thing that makes me go, shut the fuck up. But otherwise, it was really good. It was really, like, the writing. Yeah. Like, whatever you have to say about Sanderson's, like, you know, the beliefs espoused in here, I feel like they are mostly fine. Yeah. There's a couple things that make you go... Yeah. But in terms of actual just like quality of writing, I thoroughly enjoyed it. You know, it's good. It's good shit. Yeah. And it makes me excited for the stuff to come and for him to you know, get better. Yeah. You know, get a little bit more gay. A little bit more inclusive, I should say. You know, a little bit more inclusivity and a little bit more, you know. And you said that you really like a lot of his sort of like non-believer characters and stuff. Like, it's not, you know, again, it's still a series. It's not like pushing religion down your throat. Yeah. It's not just like a religious propaganda book. It does come out like mostly positive or like positive on religion, but it you know, it has its... But it's not, like, uncritically positive. Yeah. That's the thing. It's, like, this is someone who has come down on, like, yes, they believe, like, they are a religious person, they believe, but they're not trying to force anyone else to believe, and they're not, and they didn't get to that point uncritically. Right? Like, this isn't just, like, blind devotion... You know, there's all this sort of stuff, but just ignore it. You know, it's not like, you know, trying to like rewrite history or anything like that, you know. And so it's like, I really enjoyed this. And I look forward to reading more. And I look forward to you getting into... Yes, Game of Thrones. Game of Thrones. We'll see how it goes. Yep. Hopefully it goes well. You know. Hopefully it's not too... I know what I'm getting, like, into with it. Right, because, like, going back and, like, reading some of it, I'm like, it's odd. It's an odd one. There's some stuff where you're just like, and why is this like this? But okay. I think it'll be fun. I'm curious as to how you'll like it. I'll do Secret History next. I'll do Game of Thrones, and we'll do Secret History, and then we'll do Cradle as well as Game of Thrones. Yep, and it'll be fun, and hopefully in the future we'll start doing like we can try and do like a weekly schedule thing. About like recording like two every other week. And hopefully that actually works. And if not, we'll just go back to like to doing every other. You know. Even if we still are like doing like, you know, 2 series or whatever. You'll see how it turns out. We're all on this journey together. And thank you for being here with us and for talking about book with us. It's been a lot of fun. Yeah, now you can go forth and think about this whole series on your own time. Have a lovely whatever time it is. Have a lovely day. Bye-bye. Bye.